Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, for the final day of NACL here with week number 7. I'm Azelle. I'm joined by Cubby, and we have a fun one in store today. 2 best of 3s and some important ones as well. It's the Collegiate Showdown day here, Cubby.
It is. Hold on, we're not supposed to be on our phones, Lennon, during this, but all right.
You might there you go.
Might need to do a little bit of adjustment. We're up late.
The
for LPL last night.
crossover is initiated. All right, there's a lot of crossover.
It has been. So I guess if you guys caught the stream early, got a nice little treat there. But Zell, excited to be joined by you today, as we have a couple matches that are actually really going to matter, and we have our 3 collegiate teams that are involved in NACL. And still in top 5 for Seedball, giving us a preview of what should be some good matches this weekend.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm always here for the collegiate stuff, and especially when we get to see them go head-to-head. But before we get all to the fun of the day, make sure you go get your registration in for the OQs. We will be closing those registrations on the 10th. So make sure you get that QR code going, get your team all ready to go, because the tournament starts on the 16th. And see if you can make a run to make it into the NACL.
Yeah, that does end on Mother's Day, by the way, which I will be reminding you guys throughout the stream. Talk to your moms on Sunday, okay? It is Mother's Day. That's a very important holiday. You have the ability to talk to your mom, to go talk to your mom. So that said, I think OQs, we did have a couple big Seedball teams actually try and make runs in terms of St. Clair's. So I'd love to see colleges or 5 stacks involved. I was actually sitting in a tryout on Monday for a team that was trying to put together an OQ squad, so it's good to see some of those teams come together. Our standings have come together, as we did tease. We have some important matches today. And it is going to be one where there are a few gaps in the standings which could expand or could contract today based on the matchups we have.
Exactly that. It's crazy to think that the 1st and 10th places are done already. It just worked out that way, I guess. But still a couple matches for some big opportunities here at the final stretch, right? You got to remember, at least in our standings, it's top 6 in playoffs, and there's that weird little limbo room of 7 and 8, and then 9 and 10 are back in the promo relegation tournament.
Yeah, so AMI today going up against Citadel, a chance to honestly control some of their own fate, because tiebreakers get a little bit funky if it goes to team. It would be AMI and Dorado each holding a tiebreaker over Citadel, and then Dorado also would hold the tiebreaker over both Citadel and AMI. I think that might dictate it. If isn't able to find more wins, as of course they still have 1 match left on their schedule. They face Winthrop University next week. So kind of funny how one of the college teams draws the other 2 college teams in the group right as Seedball hits its peak. And these teams trying to peak to make it to NACL playoffs and compete well in that competition as well. Yeah, and I think we have seen a few teams really grow, come together, and a few teams that we haven't. As AMI, one of those that, for me, hasn't really come together yet. I think we've seen a couple of better looks, but going to need to today. as if they do not find the win, they will be in that bottom 2 scenario. So excited to see how that one looks later in the day. Yeah, all course up to date. It's been a big week for pity prizes, but I think that we have seen a couple teams really throw down. Supernova, definitely a team where you can see their game win-loss not quite as clean as their series score. So I think a lot of the series that they play, dropping maps are making things chaotic. But we've also seen a lot of good from them. Shochi having a really nice split over in that camp along with some others. So I also think seeing CCG just remain in the top 4 been a real positive for me, as that is a team. I think that they've shown that quite the might of the top teams that we have in Maryville or NRG yet, but they've given them at least competitive series. Even if, going into playoffs, I'm likely going to still favor those 2 teams. So I think CCG being positioned to be a real thorn in the side of our top teams, and a team that really hasn't dropped games to teams below them in the standings. Play, and I think team identity, it's really benefited them early on in the season. So hopefully CCG can continue to keep up the good stuff going into playoffs. Definitely a team that I really enjoy watching. So that being said, seems like we have this one technical issue with getting my co-caster in back. So I will say, during the games, but during the pre-show, we can try and get Lennon back in, as would be helpful to have a co-caster for this one. But
I think I'm back.
All right,
I am
that's
back.
good.
So
we got to sort it out soon. I said it was better now than during the games on it.
True. Just got to keep talking about the standings. Just got to keep you on your toes. Make sure you break down every
all
single
10 teams. Almost went through all 10 teams.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. All right, that does mean we get our moment of truth here. We do have our Game Face interview ready to go. I believe I'll be taking this one away for this first one at least. So let's go ahead and see what we got for the Game Face interview here. Welcome. We do have our Phillips Norelco One Blade Game Face interview with Tails. Tails, my man. What were the big words for the team today coming into the draft, coming into the first series? Did you have any moment of recollection? Did you have any great phrases you gave to the team to start off?
Hi, Michelle. Not really. Today's just another day for us. We're going to today and tomorrow playing against Maryville back-to-back for NACL and CLO. So, we're just trying to get energy going, but also keep it calm and, play our best. I think we got a lot to prove and a lot to show. So.
And that's what I want to ask a little bit about is what are the big things that either you feel like you've been working on or maybe you've made progress in here lately with the team?
I think it's all over, from draft to gameplay. I think we've been working on a wide range of things. In terms of our team, we've kind of gone through the stages of team performance. I think we're kind of at a point where we're normalizing things. And we're pretty close to where we want to be, so we just want to make sure we can show that on stage.
I like that. And the duality of collegiate plus NACL is always just such a deep pool, right? There's so many things going on, so many games. How do you kind of keep the team focused in those ways, and how do you kind of keep that bounce back between CLO and NACL at least a little bit consistent?
I think our team staff has a good dynamic. We like to keep scrims light with good energy, but at the same time, we have certain goals, certain things we want to work on and focus on. So those reminders kind of help us keep us in check. And I think it's really all about having positive and friendly environment. And I think that's what kind of keeps us going.
I like that. Okay. You personally, though, what do you feel like you've grown with as a coach and being kind of this leading role? Do you feel like there's anything you kind of lean into more than other things that maybe you've seen in coaching?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this split, I think coaching has just been kind of letting the players kind of figure it out on their own. I think it's also been a great help with Tomo and Blight, and as well as our manager, Gabrielle. I think everyone's kind of trying to really help the team in their own way. And for me, it's just kind of like I'm the head coach. I'm trying to make sure I'm balancing everyone together so that we're working towards the same goal. And, you know, um, we're all like complementing each other instead of working against each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's a good mentality to have at least. And it's crazy. Nobody ever sees all the behind the scenes, but the behind the scenes staff make teams a lot of the time as well. Did you have any special prep coming into today, into the week at least? Did you have anything that you were kind of specifically working on for this matchup?
Nothing I want to share about.
Yeah,
definitely
understandable.
we've been working on some secret tech.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll be able to share it.
I like that. All right, last thing here. Do you have any shout outs? Do you have anybody you want to talk about before I let you go?
Shout out to Winthrop, and everyone who helps make it happen. So we're really grateful to be here, and we're happy to play.
I'm grateful of you, Tails. Thank you for chatting with me, and good luck today on the series. I'm going to go ahead and bring Cubby back in here, back into the fold. Lovely to hear from Tails. I love that mentality. Again, it is not just the players on the stage, on the Rift. It is everybody behind them as well, and especially for these collegiate organizations, it's even more important.
Oh, sticking on a good theme from moms, it takes a village to raise someone. I always definitely really believe in that, as it's a lot more people than just your nuclear family that goes into making sure you're successful in life. And it's nice to hear Coach Tails embrace that and give shout outs to some long-standing members of that Winthrop squad, along with new additions like Tomo. And I mean, for Winthrop, this is one of their biggest weekends of the year. They've got Maryville today and Maryville tomorrow in Seedall. And if you're facing Maryville in NACL or Seedall, usually that means you're doing something right. So we'll see if Winthrop can step up to the plate, have a real chance to elevate their seeding if they do manage to find a win against Maryville today, whereas a win for Maryville likely locks them into the top 2 spot, which does secure a bye.
Yeah, the bye is
quite
important.
Big. Yeah, quite big for NACL playoffs.
Let's go ahead and take a look at today's schedule, though. Very important matchups. We were saying the Collegiate Showdown Day. It is Maryville University versus Winthrop University to kick us off, and then Citadel versus AMI to finish it off.
Yeah, and again, the first matchup, Maryville versus Winthrop, a win for Winthrop officially locks them into the playoffs. They're very likely to be there. Whereas a win for Maryville would lock them into that bye slot. They'd be 7-1. There is a chance for Supernova to match them, but the head-to-head actually will be Maryville versus Supernova next week. So that could be a big matchup. See if Maryville can lock down the win today to at least assert dominance against Winthrop today and heading into the weekend. As you can see, the team, we're
a little one-sided.
We are a little bit one-sided, I will say. If they go to the next set of casters, there's going to be one Thropper among us. As one of us has hope in the Throps.
Tell us who. Call him out.
It is Deserux.
Nice.
Eric Beltran. As
all right.
We'll see if it ends up being right. I mean, I gotta say, in terms of this matchup, I do really feel like Winthrop has stepped up throughout the split. Like Zach, Kim Down, and Wilson are all coming off of some of the better weeks they've had. I mean, if there was a most improved award for within the split, I think Zach, from what we've seen week 1 to now, really is someone that has leveled up his play for this team. And Mobility and Denethor are still being those consistent pieces that they always have been in Winthrop as players that I think always for me with Denethor I felt like was better than the team he was on. At times for me with Mobility I felt that way. This is the split that I've felt the strongest about Mobility and how he's played. I think that he's been really elevating his consistency at the 80 carry role, which is something where sometimes he got leads, wasn't always able to bring that across the finish line. I don't feel that way this split. I feel like that's been a much higher percentage from Mobility, and that's been a real positive one that's going to be necessary going up against the lane of Jerry and Obstinatus, who have been the best bot lane that we've had in the league so far.
Yeah, I'm just ready to get into this 2v2 as well.
In lane,
you see here,
They've been dominant in lane. Yeah.
It's going to be fun to watch, especially if we start getting some shenanigans down there in the 2v2. But this first matchup, important nonetheless, Maryville University versus Winthrop. We take a look at this Maryville University lineup. Maybe some newer names that you're not accustomed to, even though we're 7 weeks in at this point, but still a team that is gunning for the top of the table here. They can't get first, but they can absolutely get second.
Yeah, and again, top two get the bye. As I think it's been pretty clear throughout the entirety of the split that Maryville and NRG have been two of our top teams. Likely to wrap up that way as well, as UG Spirax continue to remain dominant in this league. Jerry and Obstinatus have been very dominant, especially in lane. We've seen Crimson get some playing time as K steps back into the role today, as that has been the roster that Maryville's been rocking for CLAW. And will be the roster that they are rocking today against Winthrop. As of course, Maryville, a bit of wealth over there in terms of players that they can pick from. You know, when you have one of the three Shorias to pick up, put on your team, it's usually a pretty good call.
It's like a deck building game, but everything is aces. Like I don't know at this point. It's just a little side note. Like, it's crazy how UG and Spirax just continue to run our league through mid jungle. Like just never, it's just always there. It's a constant at this point. But let's go ahead and take a look at the opposition on the other side, Winthrop University, who do have some scrappiness in them. I know we were talking a little bit about that bot lane. I know elsewhere when we're looking at those solo lanes as well, you were mentioning that. But Wilson, for me, has been a driving force for Winthrop University. He's going to be super important facing off against UG today as well.
Yeah, and again, for this Winthrop squad, I can point to every member on this team and in some way, shape, or form, just be like, hey, I've seen better stuff from them of late. Really feel like Zach and Wilson have stepped things up as a mid-jungle duo, which, as you said, going to be very necessary to do so again today against UG and Spirax. But I think that for Winthrop, a lot of the times we did see this team play for early game. And sometimes that didn't always go their way. And they would make mid-game decisions that at times felt desperate. I think that their mid-game decision-making has really improved. And I really feel like that's why we're talking about jungle, support, and mid, for me, being the ones that have really leveled up. Because they're the ones that I feel like have the most impact on the map and how it's played in mid-game. And it's gone from waiting for Wilson to kind of make a mistake with KD to being like, when can these guys make a big play? Because Winthrop have been 6-0 in their last 3 series. They've been dominant in the NACL, taking down teams like Conviction. They kicked off the Conviction struggle bus. They 2-0'd Blue Water, which I know they find themselves in relegation, but that was a dominant series coming out of Winthrop. This is a team that really feels to me like they're peaking at the right time in their competitive schedule, which the staff and the players deserve credit for. And they're going to need to peak this weekend if they want to do something they really haven't done in, I think, almost 5 years now. Which is knock Maryville out of CLAW.
But isn't it crazy that we get these peaks of Winthrop at the right time? Last year we had that moment too as well, going to the playoffs. So like, oh man, the peak at the right moment is so important. And we'll see if bot lane's going to be peaking today as we go on to our face-to-face matchup presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. It should be a very hotly contested 2v2 in the bot lane. I do expect a lot of resources to be delved down there, and Scary Jerry and Mobility will be the benefactors.
Yeah, this has been, I want to say, kind of a fun collegiate rivalry, as these have been two of the best ADs that we've had throughout their tenures of collegiate. Jerry, of course, coming back from his time in LCS, and for me, this has been the best split of Mobility that I've seen so far. Mobility's been a player that, for me, a lot of the times was really hyped up by the casters that were covering collegiate. And then when it came to NACL, I never really saw that hype come to fruition. I think that this has been the split that he has been the most consistent in terms of making sure that whatever leads or whatever states that he has coming from the laning phase, it transitions well into the team fights, which I think is something that I have seen Mobility struggle with at times before. I really don't feel that way this split. That said, just escaping lane phase against Jerry has been an issue for the majority of bot lanes in the league, as that is a pretty crazy number.
Look at the stats!
That's a pretty crazy number to have this far into the split.
14 minutes in, Jerry is up like an insane 1,000 gold and 26 CS average. That is crazy. As early game has definitely been the bread and butter of Maryville.
It has really has always been the case for this team since Niles took on over. As I think that kind of shows in the unique champions being played just a little bit. Mostly shared pool amongst our ADs here, but that Caitlyn for Scary
pool.
Jerry, the Caitlyn Bard's been good, and the fact that, you know, Misfortune, if teams are good at early game and the ADs know how to bully his Misfortune and position or use the strut to rotate around the map quickly, I still think MF is playable. Definitely saw that out of Maryville and Jerry. As see a lot of contested picks in the bot lane today as those pairings. So kind of what's ruling the rift here.
And yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of both these guys. I think watching their growth through this scene has been really cool. Obviously, Scary Jerry getting that bump up. Mobility has had a little bit of a back and forth, you know, looking back to the sub on EG all that time ago, it feels like. But it's cool to see the kind of continuation of these guys' stories in an ACL and in collegiate as well. And the fact that we get this matchup once again, because it's always been one of my favorites, at least in the bot lane here in tier 2. But that being said, the other side of the coin, the thing that I think will end up facilitating the carries of these guys will be that jungle. And I think Eugene Wilson, when they go up against each other, it's always a kind of headbutting for control, trying to figure out who has that kind of tempo control over the game. And Yuji's number's been pretty good so far this split as well.
I mean, it's just Yuji, man. He's a little bit too good for the game.
It's just Yuji.
He's a bit of a cheat code. It is, I don't want to say disappointing, because that'd be very unfair to Yuji, who is an elite player. But it is frustrating. I think that's the right word, that I still have to cast this guy, you know? I would at least like to, like, you know, one of the cute phrases I like to tell players to, like, go up is, like, you know, like, I'm chasing you, Busio. I really am. You know, I'm trying to make it. It kind of feels bad that I'm still on Yuji's games here. I feel like Yuji, if I were to be on his games, more deserving at the next level, as Yuji
the
has consistently
microcosm of
shown.
casting, too. The duality, you know?
Yuji has consistently shown that he is nothing but ready for the next level. And I think a lot of LCS fans are being robbed of seeing a great player play at the next level, as we have seen Yuji really flex his muscles in terms of champion pool. And I think this is a little bit telling for the role that Wilson plays in Winthrop. It's not like the shared champions are bad in the jungle by any means. I mean, we're just playing all the elite fighters to the highest level we can. But I think it also speaks to the flexibility that Yuji has always had as a player. This is someone whose hands are elite. They're really good. I mean, when you come onto the scene playing 100+ ping, and then you have a Kiana and a Zed, the likes of what this guy has, you've got some game. And we definitely have seen Yuji be able to flex that and reach into that bag and pull out champs, I think, at really good times and angles. One of the greatest compliments I can give Yuji as a jungler, too, is that if he does draft a jungler, he's going to likely clear on time. As you can practice the clears, you can drill them. There are spreadsheets. Shout out to Shapeshift, who actually got hired by Riot Games, as the spreadsheets that were made by Shapeshift were, I think, essential to a lot of junglers just trying to play the role at the highest level. It sounds like so small. There are a lot of games where I've seen junglers just not be able to clear on time. That's never the case with Yuji. He's always within 2 seconds of that mark time, usually right on time. And that really helps get Maryville and get him his own games off to that start. But once Yuji gets that lead, he's not going to let go. So see if Wilson's up to the task, because I think that historically in this matchup, mid-jungle has been where Maryville, I think, has really gotten edges and held on to them. But Wilson and Zach, again, I want to give these guys kudos on their 6-0 run. Really looks like they've leveled up their play and are playing better as a tandem, better as individuals, and hopefully are ready to challenge the elite duo of Jerry or Spyrax and Yuji today.
Yeah. I think that's the important thing, is there is momentum on Winthrop's side coming into this matchup. And if they win here, I know, you know, Collegiate is a completely different tournament than an ACL, but like, imagine they win here. It's like a 4-win streak on Maryville as well. And then they go into that matchup in CLOL with all that confidence. Like, this is such an important series for Winthrop University to make that push towards the end of NACL and towards the end of CLOL. So I know a lot of weight on the shoulders of Winthrop here, but something they're definitely willing to bear. Little personal anecdote. If I'm not mistaken, I've always been, maybe it's clear, maybe it's not, I've always been a big Maryville fan. It's been 2 years, I think, since I've gotten a cast, like, actual Maryville University, because it was like Dragonsteel, and then we had Dark Zero.
Oh,
it's crazy to think about. It's been so long. Technicality. That's the best kind of technicality, is the one that benefits your story. So
Well,
hey, it's cool. It's cool.
I would be remiss, and I'm sure Maryville would appreciate that. In one of the earlier interviews of the year, Jerry was talking about how they want to play well to try and get sponsors for summer. So I do think that door is still open for Maryville to throw a name in front of it and hopefully get their players paid a bit. As the team's very deserving of it, with how they performed, and of course the program over at Maryville. We really don't have to say a lot because the results speak for themselves.
They really do.
Of individuals they've sent pro and what their teams have been able to accomplish at the Tier 2 level for both League and Valorant and other games as well. It's very true. Very impressive program that they have over there. That definitely starts at the top down. But one that Winthrop, with Bo and a lot of the crew they have at the helm, there is a lot of professional experience there. This is a team that throughout the last 5 years, really since Winthrop came onto the scene, feels like they've been the most competitive with Maryville. I mean, Maryville's calling this matchup themselves El Clasico. I think it really speaks to the caliber that Winthrop
at this
brings.
point, it is El Clasico. Like,
it is a bit.
I feel like way back in the day, it was the UST matchup, but now it's definitely Winthrop University versus Maryville. I'm just throwing out all the old stuff. I'm making myself an unk here. Little things before we get to draft conversations. Interesting little anecdote as we're on it. Winthrop University have not won on blue side yet. So
wait, what?
That the fact that we do potentially have blue side shenanigans here. I'm blowing your mind here, Covey. I'm blowing your mind.
I had to do a double check. They were
it's a lot of
8-3 on red side and 0-3 on blue side. So
it's I don't know what that means. I'm just extrapolating stuff. But we will see if that actually matters in the end as well.
Oh, it means that they're kind of based because red side gives you easier access to Dragon.
Not a lot of teams
we do have Director
choose
Bo.
blue side.
Director Bo making an appearance. I know, not to rat on Bo, but he had a nice post on LinkedIn about being a new dad and having a busy competitive schedule. As he welcomed the new one, congrats to him. And Winthrop has been very busy across all their titles, trying to compete, of course, at the end of the year for their college in order to win championships and also compete at the highest level and stuff like this. So, then, good to see. As being told by production, we got a couple minutes before we get in the draft, but we do have an ETA on draft shortly. So excited to see, honestly, how things pan out on each side here. Mazel, as you kind of got me thinking about first selection. I'm surprised at how much Winthrop has prioritized red. Honestly, surprised that more teams haven't gone for that as well either. As red side,
along like tier 1 and tier 2s, I feel like there are very distinct differentiations. Like there are some teams that just really like one side of the map, and maybe that comes into with the changes of how draft works now. If that maybe changes prep and stuff for them, but we see that in the LPL all the time. We see it with a bunch of teams here in NACL too.
I mean, to be fair, I think that there is a legitimate trade to be made. Red side, I've argued for it as it's been a higher global win rate since the first selection system was released at the start of the year. Last I checked, at least. And it does give you easier access to the Dragons, which Dragon and Dragon Soul are pretty much what is dictating games still. I think very generally. But blue side, I think a lot of players, if you close your eyes and you picture yourself playing League of Legends, you're picturing yourself playing from the blue side. And how the camera works in League of Legends, also just with where the HUD's located and where the minimap's located. And on your minimap, you'll see regardless of red or blue, the camera's a trapezoid, which means that on blue side, you have more vision on your camera that actually faces the rest of the rift. Whereas red side, it's not the case. It's the opposite, and you have to deal with your HUD being in the way. So I do think that there are, I thought that blue side would be more advantageous, just given that. But Dragon strength on red side has been proving to be higher win rates at the highest level. So I am kind of curious to... I do think there's a real choice to be made. It's pretty much all the data I'm throwing out. I think that there is a real choice for teams to make about what side they prefer. And I can understand arguments for each side, even if the data says that red side and counterpick has been the best of the 4 combinations so far.
And that's the fun of the new system is you could have blue side counter. We keep that. I'm still, I'm still wrestling with the new changes competitive league with the draft system here, but I do want to talk a little bit about the draft itself, especially because we're obviously been on the new patch for for a decent amount of series now. Has there been any fluctuations that maybe you weren't expecting, or things that you were expecting that you're glad to be seeing now?
In terms of draft,
Yeah.
I think some of the
Like
engaged
picks,
supports,
draft strategies.
yeah, I think some engaged supports or this, everyone was drafting for these strong bot lane duos, which I do understand, and we've seen that continue. I mean, I think the reemergence of Zaya Rakan, they were literally the #1 bot lane duo. I mean, that's how they were released, right? They were actually made to be paired together. As seeing them kind of reemerge has been fun, but I think getting some of the more engaged supports back in. That's been a role that I think Kimdown's been one of the supports that actually has really embraced it and been part of their 6-0 run recently. And Obstinatus's Bard is one that should be respected. So that will definitely be a contested pick today. But yeah, I think for me, it's just been bot lane and draft and seeing some teams stray a little bit from the bot lane duos and trying to find other pairings or just other picks that they can play and play around with. Do you have anything that's been sticking out to you, Mazel? Of course, the new patch brought a lot more chaos to what we've seen in the Rift as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think top lane is still really interesting to me, and we're kind of like still in the same rut that we've been in for top lane, but I still like some of the variability there. I think we're seeing less of those ranged top laners. People aren't as confident to take those, but the possibility, the fact that it's always there is cool. I agree with the point in the bot lane. I think the 2v2s are really interesting because you can have so many different takes on it. I know everybody still leans on those enchanters, and some of those duos are still ridiculously strong, but for me, it's the set pieces. Like, I'm always a big fan of like set plays in soccer and things like that, and being able to see kind of those set plays in draft right now in League is really, really cool because you have a lot of duos who synergize extremely well together. And especially, obviously, the bot lane where you get those duos, but even like mid jungle, there's some really cool duos that are always there. And like the rise of Caitlyn that you were saying earlier enables some of those weird duos. Like we had Spica playing Morgana. Caitlyn Morgana is such an oppressive lane, and the fact that that's a possibility is cool.
Yep.
I think the variance in League right now is wide open.
See, I'm still in the camp where I think that even if your name is Keria, we probably shouldn't be playing Morgana. That champion's not very good. It's a little gated or limited, and this is coming from someone that was a Season 2 Raptors Morgana W abuser. Did
you see the Keria play from last night? I'm sorry to completely sidetrack the Nico. How does he even get away with that, man? Like,
you know it's good because Lennon broke his. I am an LPL purist to see the clip of Keria and be like, oh my god. Yeah,
he was on top of the other Gromp. As a two-headed Gromp at this point. I feel like that it's not going to be. Hey, it is what it is. Incredible stuff. But hey, yeah, the Nico though also obviously a little prevalent across the meta and maybe coming out today too. Kimdown loves it.
Has been a big pick for Kimdown. About to shout out. We were on the same page there. So yeah, I think that it's also a trend that I expect to continue because of course in a couple weeks here we're going from best of 3s to best of 5s, and I think it's much more likely in the support role that we have teams in those later game scenarios opt for Rakan, Thresh, Rel, Blitzcrank, rather than Sona, Janna, some of the enchantresses that I think have been kind of Soraka. There have been some things missing that I think that teams are going to reach for the engagers first before they reach for some of those enchantresses that I think are really tough to execute and actually require a lot of practice and some skill, especially looking at champions like Janna. Yes, Janna, high skill cap champion. It sincerely is to play at the highest level.
That being said, we do have some difficulties, so we're going to be taking a little break while we get ready for our first series. We'll see you there.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Ooh, two different one. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
Two different regions, Core GG.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni.
Perks, or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
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 Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Bengi or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name, Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Trim. Edge. Shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
We are back, and we're getting closer and ever to draft. Unfortunately, Discord decided to not work out for us, and for everybody at home too.
I'm sure you might experience that one at home. I feel like that's, you know, we're not one to throw other brands under the bus here at the NACL, but everyone was having some Discord issues, so waited a few minutes, and now we're ready to get the comms going, make sure that we're ready to play as 5, as I love the fact. So, fun fact, actually, Lennon, diving into this one. Ever since NACL had big changes in the middle of 2023, and LCS teams were no longer required to hold an academy team, in the 4 finals for NACL that have taken place, 7 out of the 8 teams have been in person at some point during the split in that made finals. The only exception to that rule was Conviction of last split. Conviction, of course, they play the game for a living as streamers. So
yeah,
I think it's really telling the correlation between having players in person and success. Love the fact that both these college teams compete in person. As someone that was privileged enough to be in a team room throughout their college experience, it made a big difference in terms of my upbringing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it make a tangible difference. Like it is so huge to be able to be in person there. Also, shout out Saltomo there in the camera. Big fan. Anyways, we're already neck deep into this draft. We had the first pick, Orianna, very big pick right now in general in the meta. Huge setup for Zach. Now you do have the Ezreal Bard for the bot lane of Maryville University, so Scary Jerry going to take a little bit of a backseat until he starts getting some items. We get the Xin Zhao and the Jace coming through for Winthrop University, though. Very powerful trio on the top side of the map right now for them.
Yeah, Denethor willing to slam that Jace and face the consequences of what's coming his way. I like the idea of Jarvan. I think the ability to force going to be important when going into a Jace. So a potential to find a pairing later on as they're going to lock down that jungler. And it's topside showing for Winthrop, bot lane showing for Maryville. So Ban's likely to target the other. And also interesting for me that Orianna got through, as Orianna has been the most highly contested champion leading the league in bans this year, as it is, I would say, without checking globally, I would expect it to be globally up there in terms of priority. The fact that Zach gets his hands on it, I mean, they did secure Bard Ezreal, talked about how big the Bard's been for both Kim Down and Obstinatus, so that's a good deny, but the Xin Zhao combo, this is one where if played well, Wilson can E in, they can shockwave into Crescent Guard, have a really big opener to these fights. So want to see if Zach and Wilson, who have been, I think, a big part of Winthrop's success the last couple of weeks in terms of their play elevating, real opportunity for them to sync up, play well, and have some big starts to these fights for Winthrop.
I really like some of these bans in the second phase as well, particularly Winthrop's. The Rumble getting through was not going to happen. It's going to be banned away. The Akali banned away as well. The Nico ban towards Kim Down, as well as that Corki, to try and take away some of the combos in that bot lane. In the first pick of the second phase, we did get the Rise for Spyrax, so scaling is going to be the name of the game for Maryville University. Now Winthrop University trying to pick their final pick before they have to give over that counter pick.
Nautilus coming out. Again, the priority on that engage. We said Kim Down, a support that's been a little bit more split down the middle in terms of playing engagers or enchantresses. Going to be on engage duty as the big Wombo showing here. Curious what mobility wants to grab, as I think anything that can deal with Jarvan would help, but those options are kind of limited. Oh, it's a Kaisa coming out. No, Winthrop said they were cooking something or hiding something. I think this is the highest priority I've seen on Kaisa so far, but it's a champion that mobility is comfortable with. Backline access at a premium now with Kaisa showing. And again, that Wombo just got even bigger.
Yeah, I mean, the fight entrance as well. If mobility can find the angles with those killer instincts, it can make such a mess of things for Maryville University. I love it. So much CC, so much plasma to be spread around. Winthrop University have their comp. We do have the final piece to the puzzle for Maryville University. K will be on the Cassante.
I gotta say, I like this draft for Winthrop. I do. I think that surviving bot lane is going to be the most important thing early on, as Ezreal Bard should have the ability to poke out Ice and Nautilus. I think that the Rise Orianna matchup, the phase rush being removed for Storm Raider Surge, We've seen a lot of Ryzes go for the Deathfire touch. That's really warped Ryze. I think it's dropped him in priority overall for me. And it's made Ryze weaker, especially in those team fights. Because what Phase Rush allowed for you to do is in the lane phase, you could proc it with Bone Plating to get really positive trades that enemy mids couldn't contest. And that would give you pretty much a wave of priority with how Ryze's kit works, right? Just walk up, you get the Empowered Rune Prison, you EQ the wave, you hit them as well. That's your dream trade. You're using Bone Plating. That's a wave where you have priority. That doesn't exist anymore. It's kind of DFT. You have to poke out over time. And also Phase Rush. I mean, move speed, huge stat to have on Ryze. Because you need to access the right people to throw out the Empowered Rune Prison on. Not to mention just the E, the Spell Flux as well, to try and chain your abilities together. I think missing a lot of that move speed, it makes you a lot more vulnerable to stuff like Nautilus, like the Xin Zhao Orianna, and want to see if Winthrop can execute upon that.
Well, we're getting in game 1 of the final day of week number 7, the Collegiate Showdown Day, and it starts off with a banger. Winthrop University taking on Maryville University ahead of back-to-back matches in NACL and CLUL. We got game 1 starting now, and I'm just going to say Maryville University have pretty much put the hand up and done the come at me, bro movement, because they are literally just waiting for late game, waiting for team fights, and begging Winthrop University to do something about
it. I do think that some of the scaling we have is, of course, we did tease Crimson and K. In a wealth of riches over there at Maryville as they have options of who to play. It has been K for the majority of the season, but it has been nice to get Crimson, get some looks. As talked to Coach Niles, said that Crimson behind the scenes definitely has deserved some playing time. So nice that Maryville's been able to get that to both their talented top laners. But diving into this one, you mentioned the scaling. I do think that, good scaling on Maryville, but whenever Kai'Sa's in the game, you got to think about a 3-item Kai'Sa, Zell. We haven't seen a lot of Kai'Sa late. I think that Winthrop might be able to match it. I think my big concern is just that priority early on going to be in the hands of Maryville, as we are seeing the Ryze get pushed, tease the fact that Ezreal Bard should get pushed. Cassante can kind of neutralize or try and stymie the Jace early on, which is the goal.
Yo! Some early trades here. Still holding on to the barriers either as well for both ADs. Right on the edge here.
Bard's going to have access to more sustain, so that's nice. But I do think that for Winthrop, they have to find the right angles to have good entrances into these fights. Because I think when the fights break out, they're going to be playing a little bit from behind. I do think scaling-wise, though, that they have some elements that can match. As Jace Kai'Sa poke later on can be kind of a nice late-game solution if things do go late. As the Evolve W from Kai'Sa plus Jace poke is a combo that we saw be used very well back when both these champs were meta.
Yeah, I am really interested in how some of these combos kind of come together. We are going to get the opposite side starts for both junglers, so they'll be coming to the end of their first clears now, heading towards bot side for UG, heading towards top side for Wilson. Can maybe just expect them to kind of go ships in the night, trade the Scuttle Crabs as well, but we'll see if there's any finicky pathing that they want to take after their clears, as we do have UG actually repathing up towards bot side to contest for that Scuttle Crab. We get an engage here from Kindown, almost killing Obstinatus. He will be fine with the magical journey, and the back had gotten completed by mobility to get the cult.
No Ignite, somewhat calculated there by Obstinatus, as Kindown just really trying to fight his way into the wave. Trying to hold what he can for mobility.
UG's going to get double.
Did take that early base, and yeah, you're right, UG going to get a double crab. Wilson, I'd say starting to get on his second camp clear, but that's a bot lane and mid lane priority for UG. He reverse. He doesn't take the priority crab bot. He actually goes and fights the top crab. Jarvan has a little bit of a faster clear speed in the Xin Zhao, so utilizing that, talked about how UG's timers are always sound. He always clears on time. And that does open up plays. I mean, that is one where clearing on time helped him get both crabs, as he took the one where he didn't have as much priority early, and then found the bot crab later on. So that does matter when it comes to the crab respawns and who gets 6 first. As the fact that UG got both crabs, that means that if he full clears now, he can sneak 6 before that crab comes back on the map, which can be big for that skirmish.
And for now, there's going to be a little window for Wilson to potentially get active because, right, he had to go straight back to clearing his jungle, whereas now Yuji's trying to catch back up and finish his jungle side of things here. But we do see Kim down with a roam, Obstinatus as well, trying to get some at least breathing room for mid lane and for Zach, was getting pushed in pretty heavily by Spyrax.
Orianna, you do have some build up. Looks like it is the tier for Zach, so no Roa. Likely an Archangel's. Priority on ability haste, and of course that big shield for the Orianna, once you get that evolved item. Usually, I think TL has been the team that's played Xin Zhao Orianna the most this year, from what I've seen. Usually that's a Ludens, and you maximize the damage.
Oh.
When... I don't think he was spotted. But, like, that's the strategy for, again, making sure that those entrances in the fights are as big as possible. Bit of a different strategy here for Zach, who will get pushed off that cannon minion, well played by Spyrax.
It's just the little things that start adding up over time. We do also have a big thing on the map now, Dragon. It is an Infernal Dragon for the first one, as a little bit of push in bot lane could lead to getting that started up. It looks like Maryville University with the push through their duo will have Yuji start up the Dragon on Vision, though, and that means Wilson's going to wrap back around. Yuji decides to stop it in its tracks. Will get the back off.
Yeah, Wilson came down to contest. My math was a little off. Yuji doesn't have 6, but he does have a lead in the jungle. If he opens up that fight without 6, the item break point, Wilson can win that. I like the fact that Yuji just takes the reset and he's going to continue his clear. Because he now has a jungle lead. And if he's able to clear down again, there's a possibility for that Dragon option to be opened back up when he wraps up this clear. And he's even going to get the top crab off this too. So all three
it's
crabs
just
going to
the
Yuji so far.
Chess mind game right now in the jungle. I love it. We haven't had like fights, we haven't had that, but it's been about pathing, and I actually find that a lot more interesting as well. He has moved from the top lane as he does take that scuttle crab, and will be started back down towards the bot side. We will have the grubs coming up about 1:30, which does open the door for a neutral objective trade if that does become open.
Is also good. I mean, the one lane we haven't watched a lot of is top, and good news for Maryville.
Spyrax just makes the Realm Warp roam. True shot barrage! The sniper, Scary Jerry, has lined him in his sights. First blood, Maryville.
Ezreal buffs on this patch. Not sure if that made a difference in the ult damage, but Jerry with that Gen G jacket on, doing his best ruler impressions. Meanwhile, top.
Okay.
Sidestep.
Yeah. Okay, playing with his life here. Does have the all-out, the extra damage there. Denethor's going to go back in just to flash out, just to make sure he doesn't get caught by K.
Has to respect the W damage, as when you are all-out form, that does a lot. I'd say cautiously played by Denethor. But bot lane, and that first walk from Spyrax, so impactful. And I think that this is what makes Maryville that really scary early game team. How they use their timers. And this has been Yuji Spyrax using their timers so well. As I think both these matchups, like Jarvan's in Zhao, I'd consider it a handshake matchup. If I had to boil it down, Jarvan wants to use terrain and mobility. Xin Zhao wants to stat check and, just brawl. Yuji's used the faster clear speed to get an edge in this matchup without fighting. Meanwhile, the Rise has the timers early on. We've seen that used really well as, really good. Dredgeline from Kim down. Got
he just
hit the wall
through
before
the
Cataclysm.
Wall. Danny
yeah,
Phantom
hit the wall
style.
before Cataclysm could stop it. He went vision mode there. Phased out.
I like we went two different directions with that one, but still great fandoms either way.
Well, what was your fan?
I said Danny Phantom.
Oh my! I should
going ghost, bro.
I heard phase and I immediately. Oh, dude, Danny.
Danny Phantom was a great show.
It was a great show. Oh my! I'm kind of the last age where I rewatched that was probably a little bit too high, but I had to do it one more time.
That's so funny though. But got to give some praise to our face-to-face matchup here. Scary Jerry handling things up almost 30 CS now on this Ezreal and really getting all the resources he needs to get this early spike on the Trinity Force.
So again, returning to the timer point before we had to get distracted by great Nickelodeon shows of our youth. Yuji, again, dropping that dragon, doing this clear again. And Spyrax in that window as well, using his timer mid to attack bot lane. This is what makes Maryville that really scary early game team. And I think Yuji and Spyrax, again, just using some of the timers that they have, in matchups that are very common, that you're going to see a lot. And hold on, we saw a Shockwave cast mid. Spyrax is low.
Yeah, he is. He's
did get out.
Make it out.
He ghosted out.
He's pretty quick. We actually saw Wilson make it in for a little bit of an invade as well. We'll be able to take away the Gromp there, and we see the back coming through from Spyrax. He will be able to get back out.
I know he has his camps up. I feel
the
like
ghost.
taking one grub there was the move.
Just
Just sneaking one away.
Up on the top side now, though.
Yeah, well, you had Spyrax forced out a mid, and I can understand not doing the grubs in full to make sure that you are prioritizing your camps. I think that's okay. But taking one away could have been really big to prevent the ghouls from spawning. Because I don't think that he's going to get access to the grubs now. So, bit of a missed opportunity there from Wilson. As these grubs being taken, action out on the map, being told we have a Philips Norelco precision replay for you guys on the first kill. And again, that timer coming in from Spyrax, very sound. Do want to credit Kim down. Good flash on the Q here. Would have stunned up mobility, but no flash means easy true shot barrage for Jerry to snipe out, and he gets first blood.
Yeah, it's a really good heads-up play. The true shot barrage just got used again. Remember, Fate is going to be thrown through. Mobility doesn't really have many options here. Double Cosmic Binding. Mobility get a little bit low. One more Mystic Shot. Scary Jerry goes for it with the Killer Instinct back. Mobility just trying to survive, but he can't. Ooh. And everybody survived from Maryville. It is a catastrophe in bot lane, and more kills to Scary Jerry.
I mean, it was a 2-level lead for Scary Jerry, not to mention the creep lead that he has. And this Kai'Sa, I don't think we've seen Kai'Sa as much. The 3-item spike is there. It still exists. Dusk and Dawn might make that spike even stronger than what it was when it was meta. But I really feel like the trend that we've seen in the meta, I've almost called it an arms race bot. We've seen more Caitlyn than Kai'Sa for a reason in its laning phase. As a 2-level lead, good attempt on the stall from Kim down, but with lethal tempo going for Jerry. Goes for the Q flash, doesn't quite make it over Kim down. Mobility knows that if an auto comes in, he's got to use the shield, the ult, to make a play. So tries to make the play. That was his only choice. I think he might have been able to ult up left, but with the passive procs, maybe thought he could turn it around. Obstinatus and Jerry, too many levels, too strong, and too good. As the strongest landing duo we have in NACL now finds himself rotated up to the top side.
Wilson tries to go for the counterplay on Obstinatus, but now Yuji's going to chase him down. The smite with the swing of the sword. And that is all she wrote for Wilson, who goes down. Now Kim down, going to join him in the grave here. The all-out comes through from K. And you wonder why Scary Jerry has a 1,000-plus gold lead at 14 minutes. Or maybe why all of Maryville's stats are insanely buffed. And it's because this is how they like to play the game. They get control, and they do not let go. They force everything. And Winthrop University are kind of left a little dizzy.
Yeah, and this is a great force by Maryville. Again, you're playing Cassante in the Jace. You have bot lane priority off the double kill. Go find the proactive swap. After Jerry already completed this quest, and I was giving CTG a lot of kudos for doing this early on in the split, when quests were actually, it was a 50% debuff when you weren't in your lane for quest points. Now it's a less of a debuff. I think you get 75% instead of 50%. So that's a big change, and I know that the quests are done now, but that priority swap, I mean, they just created another sequence of winning plays, winning tempos. Now Mobility has to dip, dodge, and duck his way out of that gank. But what a great scenario that Maryville was able to create, turning that bot lane win into even more with a really sound rotation.
Scary Jerry tried to stop the back of Mobility there, just in case maybe they could find him on the back end of it. They will not, and right now, Winthrop University are just doing damage control across the map. We've got a little bit of a wonky setup here with K being forced to face up into Zach for now, but we will get the redeploy from Spyrax up here, so they should be fine for now. It's going to be a little bit of an advantage for Denethor on the bot side of the map, where he's going to get some of the plates off the turret, and the rest of the team of Winthrop University doing a good job of kind of batting down the hatches for now.
Good cast, though.
That's a ghost, by the way. Spyrax just gonna run at him. You got a blue bald man just running down Zach right now. He's gonna flash. He does get away. The bounce won't be there. Spyrax almost getting a solo.
He made that sound like he was straight out of a Nightmare of the Blue Man group.
That's the real horror movie that we need next is a Blue Man Group horror movie.
The Blue Man Group goes bad. I have a project for you, Jordan Peele.
That would be pretty funny, though. That'd be great.
At the moment,
starring Rise as a side character.
I think Winthrop's more scared of the Red Man Group as Maryville. The team on the blue side bathed in the colors of red. The Saints are not slowing down. Another dragon to be added to the tally. As 2 strong dragons off the board, likely to not get the best soul, with both Infernal and Hextech being down. But talking about souls,
Ooh.
I think that we're going to be pretty happy about where things are at as Maryville. Because I think the ways back in for Winthrop, we're at the point where they kind of have to attempt a few off-tempo plays. They can't contest the Dragon. I really don't think they can attempt the Herald, as they can attempt a top dive. So again, this is one. There's just to play bot. I like this from Wilson and Zach.
He has flash. He's going to use the flash to try to get out. The speed isn't there. Wilson was tanking turret. Obstinate is coming in for the redeeming play. He's just going to slow down Wilson. Spyrax doesn't want to go too much further here. Rift Herald is up on the board. Scary Jerry re-getting into the mid lane with his massive gold differential. Backs being completed by Winthrop University. And you see the trio on the top side for Maryville.
I would have liked that play better if Shockwave was available, but it was not. So I think that, again, that's a player, a timer used for not a lot. It's going to be Herald down. It's going to be K down as Denethor finds a solo kill and a shutdown. Much needed for Winthrop. As again, objectives bleeding across the map, given the lead that Maryville has.
I feel like that was coming for a little while. They were K was getting a little bit antsy there, and Denethor will shut him down, at least for the moment. That does mean, though, cross-map play. The Grubs had gone over already, and now the Rift Herald on top of it. So full neutral objective control for Maryville University as Winthrop try to scrape back a little bit of gold off these plates.
Yep.
Mobility.
Flash from Jerry.
Oh, he pops the barrier. He's going to get the killer instinct. He's trying to get Jerry, but Jerry is too strong. Killing spree comes through for the Ezreal of Maryville University. He's going to get another one. It's going to be the kill to Obstinatus, but this duo is on fire right now, Cubby.
The first walk from Spyrax was granted to Scary Jerry. He's gotten a lead, and he has not looked back from it, as this is Jerry at his best. When he is able to step up and play aggressive, this is someone that's going to play the game from the minute you spawn in. And if you make mistakes, he's going to punish. We have seen Jerry do nothing but punish, as he was granted the lead.
Oh, no. Zach is just going to be left alone, and unfortunately, it's about to become real dark for his player screen. Spyrax gets the kill, and Mobility has shown up. Now they got a flank. Denethor coming around, but TP's coming through. And that's going to be K, the front line joining. Magical Journey resets the positioning for Maryville. They should be out and fine for now. And going back to your point, man, I saw Jerry had the Gen G jersey on today. I could have sworn I saw just a shade of Ruler there for a moment, as he is absolutely kicking him.
I will take Ruler's Ezreal any day. I would. As
oh, no!
Good play.
Curse.
Good play. He used Flash
Denethor
in the last play.
One.
He was hitting the turret. That play was done top. They weren't pushing up top. That's another big shutdown. Give it over to Denethor. So a lot of gold on Denethor's Jace, who... this guy has the Jace pass. There are some players in NACL that we're happy to see the Jace on. Some others that not the case. We've seen Denethor carry some games. See if he can carry this one.
Yuji's just playing with him, man. He was going for the engage, pops the Rift Herald. Now he wants to use the Rift Herald as an attack weapon. They're going to use the Realm Warp coming through to surround Mobility, who dodges the Rift Herald but dies nonetheless to Spyrax for a double kill.
Oh my god, Yuji.
How did he do that? Yuji, get a driver's license and go get a Ferrari right now. You deserve it. He's going to go for a second charge, go for a second knockup on a Wilson. They're going to go for the kill, but Wilson flashes away. What a series of events from Yuji.
That was a pretty efficient Battle Herald there, as we got 2 crashes and 5 knockups. Yuji, I mean, even making inanimate objects on the Rift that you can pick up and take look OP.
It's just unfair, man.
It is
not fair. Oh,
yeah. This is looking a little bit unfair too. As I think Zach stayed one wave too many. K made his way up here, and that's an Orianna that's a little stuck.
It's just like fish in a barrel. He's gonna try to make a move, and Scary Jerry just takes him out.
Kill back to Jerry. Control over the Dragon Pit 2 for Maryville. Like the fast reset coming in from Jerry, because we do have a Chemtech Soul on the map. First dragon of that spawns in 50 seconds. And Maryville don't want to let up. They want to make sure this game continues to snowball in their direction. Don't want to have to deal with the 3-item Kaisa. Don't want to have to deal with what could be, big shockwaves later on from Orianna. Or a Jace that's gotten quite fed in the last few sequences. His Denethor is getting bigger. And we saw this play from Jerry, bottom of the screen. Good try for mobility, trying to use Wilson to body block, but stat checked by the lethal tempo Ezreal. Of course, Flash was burned in that play, which is what led to a really nice flash hook from Kim down. Get a shutdown on Jerry. So, 2 shutdowns on Denethor. I feel like all eyes kind of have to be on him, Mazel, as Flash is about to be back up.
Yeah, it really does.
I don't think that this is a dragon that Winthrop wants to contest. It is going to be a dragon they're going to look to maybe get a few plates on the Denethor.
Mind games. Trying to make K think, oh, he just delivered him to his team, but also to the enemy. Tempered Fate makes the difference. Obstinatus is massive with his ult, and that's going to be Maryville cutting Winthrop down to size. Double kill coming through for Scary Jerry.
Baron start?
Meanwhile, we take a look back at the play while they do the Baron.
Yeah, I think that Winthrop making that play, they know they can't contest the dragon. They're trying to get Denethor more gold. So what's Maryville's response? Guys, screw the dragon. Let's go fight. We've got good conditions. We're up a ton of gold right now. Who needs a dragon when it's a Chem Soul? We can pick up the big purple worm and go from there.
This is like living in a dream for Maryville University. Everything going their way. Massive differential in the bot side. That face-to-face matchup that we were talking about so heavily, and unfortunately has been one-sided, at least in the first outing. That's the beauty of it being a best-of-3, though. Many more opportunities, and still some opportunities in this game. But it is going to be another dragon that's going to be the focus for Maryville University next.
I could see Niles playing Life is But a Dream for the team. Behind the scenes, I can. Feels fitting. Fortunately for Winthrop, I think we're going to be going into a game, too, where they're not exactly a confidence builder, given all the games they have against Maryville today and tomorrow.
Oh, Andy flashes. That's unfortunate. Can't get away from the Spyrax UG combo, as many in the NACL have fallen to that duo. True Shot Barrage going to come across, not actually going to connect. And Maryville not even going for the objective stacking right now. They're going for kills. And pushing.
I mean, everything's just coming up their way. They have the Baron, so they don't need the dragon, but you can find a Nautilus.
You can see the dredge line coming through, but unfortunately he did not find the exit. The Tempered Fate does make a bit of a difference there. Magical Journey coming through. Spyrax going to join up. There's the Realm Prison, and they actually just turn focus on a Denethor. The one lead is just now gone for Winthrop University. And Spyrax is feeling himself. He tried to go for the Realm, at least the Prison onto mobility. He will connect it onto Wilson. Wilson does still have the Crescent Guard, but not going to pop it. The oppression is nigh. Maryville University pushing on multiple lanes here into multiple inhibs and leaving Zach dead.
All Maryville, exactly what they want for this weekend is, of course, NACL today. C-Law winner final tomorrow against Winthrop. Respond in that grand final. So goodbye, Wilson. Oh, my.
Jerry, you so scary, man. He's just absolutely cutting them down. I mean, we're about to see another quick game. The fastest game of the split was 22-42 by Maryville, and they might be able to get close to that. It's not going to be the fastest, but it'll be damn close.
Well, they buffed Ezreal in this patch. I think Scary Jerry's happy about that. He's got a smile on his face. Maybe the Ruler Gen G jacket as well, and trying to show some of that play in the Rift. I think that's a well-deserved smile from Jerry, as he was given the first walk from Spyrax.
The whole time.
They were given the first walk from Spyrax. Yuji's timers were fantastic, and I think we saw a lot of the soft power that Yuji and Spyrax can create be transitioned into hard power into the Ezreal, and Jerry took that lead and ran with it really well.
Yeah, I mean, the entire team did. It just felt like Winthrop University didn't have many answers in the end, and that's the kind of performance you expect from Maryville University, fighting obviously for that second spot in the regular season, that bye into the playoffs, which is oh so important, but also going into a big weekend for them, not only in ACL. It's nice to see the team firing on all cylinders. That is it for game number 1. If you blinked, you missed it. Just 3 seconds over the fastest game of the split so far. We'll see what we have in store. Yeah?
The Discord pause kept us on schedule, that's kind of what happened in that.
True. It did indeed. Well, we'll see after this game if Winthrop University can bounce back in game number 2. We'll see you there.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh,
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni. Perks. Or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really?
Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
this is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako. Mako.
Mako.
Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Trim. Edge. Shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back to NACL, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and if you didn't tune in, there was a game. It was 23 minutes or so. Maryville University smashed game number 1 over Winthrop.
I might have been able to use a Philips Norelco One Blade to remove this faster than what actually happened in game 1. As my favorite running joke, Mazel, is that you're the example of product use, and I'm the example of why product needs to be used on the stream.
It's the duality we need on stream.
It's a bit of duality.
You just have to show the before and after.
It is. As the before and after, as told by this graph, was Yuji and Scary Jerry had themselves a bit of a game. It was Yuji. I again really enjoy Yuji. He's a jungler that always clears on time. That's something that, as a competitive jungler, you can practice the picks you're going to play, try and get your jungle clears down. Yuji is always on time. He used it to turn it in the first 3 crabs of the game. I really like what he did around that first crab. Not going to the one that he finished by and had priority for. He went to the one that he knew he'd beat Xin Zhao to, given the path.
Yeah.
So, really
and the
smart.
dragon play.
Yeah.
Drop the dragon. Heads up play of dropping dragon, re-clear, realize that you're going to be in a more powerful position as you come back down to it. That is why I love Yuji. That's why I love him, but man, he should be in tier 1. This guy, just the way he thinks about jungle, the way he thinks about the game, you've seen such a level up. It's not he's been stagnant, right? I feel like we've seen level ups in particular parts of his game throughout these last years.
The sad thing about that is, Mazel, is that I agree with you that I've seen Yuji continue to round out his play, but I almost feel like it's stagnated just because the guy hasn't moved up to the next level when he really clearly deserves it.
Really does.
I feel strongly that a player that has played in this region for 5+ years maybe should count as a resident, especially being the only competitive player from the country they're from. But no exceptions to the rule, sadly, for Yuji. And I do think that residency is the biggest gatekeeper for keeping him out. Where I don't know if that's better or worse than Zamudo's visa issues, but regardless, we do get to see really talented players take to the Rift in NACL as always. And Yuji is a hell of a challenge for anyone going up against him, as we'll see if Wilson's more up to the task this time, because I really feel like that game 1 was some of Maryville's greatest strengths shining. Their ability to play on timers, especially through mid-jungle, and bot lane laning. They drafted that bot lane in the first rotation, and boy, did that pay off, as the Ezreal Bard did some work against the Kai'Sa Nautilus that couldn't get going.
And that's the troubling part, right? The draft just didn't work out for them. We're going to try for an attempt number 2. Winthrop University first pick on that red side. Got to take the Varus. Very similar bans, at least from last time around. The Seraphine going to join the table just to take away the Ashe Seraphine possibility of Maryville. But we do see some of those particular bans as well from Maryville's side on blue.
Really feel like Winthrop's trying to put the ball in their own court by taking away 3 supports from Maryville and first picking Varus, which is a pick that Jerry has been on the record saying that he always feels really comfortable on the Varus. And Varus being picked up by mobility. A lot of potential engage combos to play with Varus where you can take advantage of some of the poke. Maybe it's an angle where we see a Kim down Rel, just with some of the Primo Enchantresses being taken off the board. And a potential Nami hover coming in for Maryville. So Corki Nami likely going to be picked up to round things out. First phase of draft for Maryville. Winthrop can have their choice to counter that and counter the jungle, as Pantheon was locked in by Yuji, and Lee Sin is back, baby.
And the Annie combo there too. So a lot of lockdown, a lot of damage, a lot of burst from Maryville, or for Maryville to deal with at least. And I gotta say, just a little side note is, Pantheon for UG is terrifying. I feel like Pantheon and so many of our most lethal junglers in the League of Legends scene is terrifying. But UG on that one's going to have a leading hand here. So glad that we see Wilson with some tools to try to counteract that.
Well, he is 3-0 on the Lee Sin. This is a matchup where I think Lee has to take advantage early, and later on, you get W'd by Pantheon in one shot. But the Annie really enables Lee Sin. Again, that's a route where attacking mid early on for Wilson and Zach is going to be part of the game plan. And that was a weakness for them in game one, their ability to use timers in mid and jungle. Annie's going to create a lot of timers and opportunities for Lee Sin to fish and get kills. So we'll see if Spyrax is up to the task in the first few levels, because you have to be really wary of Lee Sin visits mid. If Annie finds the stun, it's a free Sonic Wave, and a lot of the times a free kill with the damage that Lee Sin packs early.
Yeah, I mean, that proactivity is super important to kind of keep keen. That Rel Leona ban structure by Maryville University in the second phase.
We're on the same page. It's about enchantments are out. I think Kim Dow might want to play an engager. We got some options if we drop support, and those options have been taken away. So Kim Dow going to be really
Leona's
far
coming
down the
back,
pool.
man. Leona stonks are up, not only in Riftbound.
They're up in this league. Oh, Riftbound? Okay, I don't know about that scene. I trust you there. They're definitely up in this scene. I don't love Leona stonks. As a big Leona enjoyer myself, I think Leona still has a few struggles. You have to
still in a tough spot.
You have to win the game too early or too fast as Leona. There's a lot of free tenacity that a lot of these fighters pick up in the top side. So,
ooh, the Mel coming through here for Spyrax. We do have that Corki Nami bot lane that's been rising in prio as of late in the meta. Now we have to see what the duo pick is going to be for Winthrop University, as counter pick still going to be levied, and this time over to K.
Oh, are we flexing the Varus? Is that the call? We didn't think about this one. I think it's going to be Varus
still
flex.
Have counter pick for K.
Yeah, they do, but they banned out Jax, which is one of the better matchups into the Varus. So it will be a mobility Jhin. I do like Jhin in games where you have a marksman top. We have seen more marksman top. I think that Jhin brings a lot of the utility that can create space that those picks need. So I know that it's a crime to say that you like Jhin in certain angles right now, but
yeah, I'm gonna need to start collecting. I'm gonna need to start collecting it whenever Jhin gets picked by my co-casters and they start their sentence with "I like Jhin." I'm just gonna take that segment and stitch it all together, and then all the color casters are gonna be loving Jhin just like me. It's the combo with the Rakan, so not necessarily a tried and true duo, but you have that duality of the enchanter / engager.
Oh, are we doing
also
it?
A comfort champion for him.
Are we doing it? This is the new counter to Varus top.
It is, I've heard.
Okay.
And it will be locked in. The little smirk, the little smile, and the Fury for K.
So the strengths of this matchup are the ability to go up in the air. That gets you out of some of the big burst damage from Varus, because your goal as Varus top is to stack Blight. You're probably going to build a little bit of AP up there, and those Blight stacks, when they pop, a lot of % HP damage that comes in. The Fury's idea is that you use the W to get out of that, also gets you out of the Chain of Corruption, and also pressing R on top of Varus creates a lot of pressure in winning scenarios. So the ability for Nefiri plus Pantheon to dive Denethor, get on top of them, going to be really big. And man, there is a real lack of tanks in this game. So
yeah,
I think that I can value Annie Lee Sin a lot. Their ability to have big entrances into fights and get things off to the right start early, good. I also think the Rakan, you said it's not a tried and true duo. Well, Rakan is a pretty mobile support. You can go support the top side if need be, which I think is going to be necessary in this game. So really want to see how Wilson, Kim Down, and Zach can try and support top lane. And I do think that starts with playing through mid lane a bit. So this is a game for me. It's going to be much more about the top side of the map for both teams, just given how volatile each top laner selected is.
Yeah, and I'm so here for this matchup just to see, because we've put so much praise on Denethor as well, and I think K deserves some as well. We've had some obviously fluctuations with Crimson having started that last series, but the last couple, sorry. It is the situation where there's a lot more eyes, a lot more pressure on top side, but that also leans over towards Wilson too, because Elise in from ahead with this kind of comp is so deadly, and if they can find a way to take away one of Maryville's staples and getting early game leads, it might benefit them a lot with the comp they've drafted.
It could. I find the change of approach here from each team kind of interesting. I feel like this was really started by Winthrop, of course, who did take away those 3 enchantresses, did really change up the bans. But in a volatile game, sometimes that's where champions that are mobile and have the ability to make plays can be a bit better, be a bit stronger. And I would love to see if Wilson can cash in early on to that Lee Sin. Definitely a player that I feel like has played better the last few weeks, been a big part of Winthrop's 6-0 in their last 3 series to make it into this one. Wilson, I think him and Zach working together, that's been the market improvement I've seen on this team. And boy, were they shut down in that game 1. So I think between the Varus Flax, securing this Annie Lee Sin combo that is a pretty strong duo. I mean, we're seeing Annie be blinded right now, just given how strong some of the pairings are, especially with Lee Sin being a favorite with the execute damage he brings with the Q. So I think this is a big change of approach from Winthrop, and we'll see if it works out in this game.
I'm so curious. I just, if you're going to drop a gauntlet, why not drop it hard? The double marksman comp is always interesting. Obviously, a little bit less hyper carry there, farm mobility, but I've always appreciated mobility's Jhin. There was the game in the playoffs of last summer, and I know it's been a while now, but he had like an insane. He was unkilled, but I think he was like 9-0 and something. Like it was absolutely insane. The guy can just kind of weave through a lot of this, and it's going to come to factor later on. I think the skirmishes are going to be mostly between this top side of the map for both, but I'm really interested at what happens once this bot lane does become an influence on how the fights go. And that starts with the saying of it can't go like it went last game for mobility and Kim down. But if they can get through that and have some stability there, I think it's huge.
Spin to win. Spyrax Garen. Spyrax Garen.
He's teasing us. He's foreshadowing. That looks fun.
I feel like the Black Eyed Peas song is like running and running. It's that but spin. As I'm not sure if it's a Discord pause we have or something else. Waiting on some word from production in case we do have a pause. As this has been an elongated draft screen. We've done our best to try and talk about it.
You bad luck. Kevin.
I might be bad luck.
There was a pause last night in LPL when you were casting. There's been 2 pauses now today.
Well, the worst part about last night's pause is that in the pre-show, I brought up the fact that, it's brought up the fact that there was a pause the night before, and then we had more pauses. So that's my fault. I did not make the same mistake today.
We'll tuck you away. For now. We'll take a little break. I'm going to take over, and then we'll see if we can get you back. We're getting into game number 2 of the day. Maryville University took a resounding win, like 22-50 into the game last game. Can Winthrop University breathe a breath of life into this series? We'll see now.
Oh, first thing I'm noticing, lack of teleports on the top side. As it's going to be K rocking the new Halo Blades, by the way, on Nefiri, and Denethor taking an exhaust, which I will say very necessary when Nefiri decides to press R on top of you.
That is true. Be able to stop some of that all in that K is going to be looking for. I'm just so curious at how the laning phase goes up here in the top side. He will have some range with the Darkened Dagger. As you can see, he started that one up. But the kill pressure is always going to be there. We also do have the differentiation of the runes in the mid lane with the fire touch there for Zach. Spyre's going to be rocking the Airy. We've been seeing it a little bit more as well in the mid lane. Ooh. Nice barrier.
I'm trying to do some homework on this top lane matchup because, again, we've seen it a couple times. It's made its way into LCK, LPL, and LEC. And a lot of, again, I think the strategy for how Nefiri works and interacts in this matchup is sound.
Oh. Barrier pop by mobility there too. Force shot was coming up, but can't get the damage down. Still heavy trades in the 2v2.
A good combo. I do think that jungle presence up here, though, just going to be very necessary because, again, both of these lanes are very volatile, and if it goes one way, it can snowball really hard in that way if there isn't interference. I'm going to favor the Pantheon for getting involved in that, given that he does have the semi-global. But at the moment, Wilson doing the very common Lee syntax we see right now, which is you clear so fast your first few camps, you can sneak in a base, get a longsword, come back, clear these 3 camps, and be stronger for the crab fight, which with both junglers on the bot side, we'll see if UG sets up his reverse clear, goes top, or if we end up having a bot crab fight.
Looks like he's going to lean over towards bot side. Last time when he was going for the back, the kind of reverse side, he was leaning on that top side of the red. So now it is going to be up to this first skirmish if they want to go for it here. Looks like he's first to the river here too. Obstinatus dodging out of the deadly flourish, still gets knocked up by the grand entrance. Some good damage back. It pushes Winthrop University under their turret, which means that Wilson is semi-lonesome here in the Scuttle Crab fight. They're going to try to move over, and the Sonic Wave does not connect. Yuji will be given over the Scuttle.
Meanwhile, mid
lane. Big gank. Spyrax gets hit anyways, going for the kill, but he can't do it. Just barely not able to. The execute there from Spyrax not coming online either. And we got a solo kill in top lane. We got to get a replay of that one. I wanted to see that matchup so bad, and K makes the difference.
I mean, that's a huge win early on. This also forces Wilson off the crab. So it is the first 2 crabs of both games going the way of UG.
That's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop, they should have a lot of early power showing between Annie, Lee Sin, and to get pushed off a bot crab, where I can understand the Quirky Nami matchup doing all right / winning. But to fail to play mid, eat those tower shots, not have the health bar ready to go attack the crab, it's going to set Lee Sin pretty far behind in a matchup where Lee Sin needs to be ahead early. Things do not get better with time for Lee Sin versus Pantheon. Really need to hit the early game to mid game spikes hard.
If you get that kill, though, it's so different. And I can see that window there for Wilson. He just really wanted to get that going because the snowball means the world for Winthrop's comp. He's up top trying to respond to K if he over-aggressed, but it will just be the back coming through for Wilson. It's a little bit sad on his first outing, but can still have major influence. He actually stopped it just in case. Piercing arrow going to be dodged out by K.
And here comes 6.
And there's the all-in. There's Wilson sticking around. He stopped his back twice and will just be there to pull K off of Denethor. So luckily he did stick around.
Again, 6 for Nefiri. I think that's a good timer from both Wilson and Denethor to understand that there is threat there. Zachburn flash mid. Ooh, ult came off.
The execute not enough.
Shield was clutch. But still, Spyrax forcing Zach out. This is a second game in a row. We're very early on. All lanes are pointing in Maryville's favor here.
So far, so good. Again, keeping up the tradition of having massive leads in the first little 14, 15 minutes. Already 1,000 gold up. Mostly on the top side. Still things stable on the bot side. And that's a big improvement from game number 1, I gotta say. So shout out to Mobility and Kim Down, as we're gonna be taking a look back at that solo.
So W to get the dogs back
through the exhaust.
Flip on in. It's the Q2 and the flash dubstep ignite.
Dubstep ignite, baby. Makes a comeback in the big 2026. Little gank on the bot side. Valkyrie out though. Kim Down can't get the grand entrance going through. Scary Jerry will be just fine. He'll initiate his back as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, though, top, this is far more dire.
This is brutal, man.
This is far more dire for Denethor than it is for the bot lane in Maryville.
But I told you, like, you gave counter. We knew counter pick was there. They just didn't think that K was going to be willing to go for the Nefiri counter. And this is what they have wrought, as UG will be taking away some of Wilson's camps here too. The CS differential is monumental in the top side, and I don't think it's going to be getting better anytime soon though. K going for the play, the smash onto Wilson. He's going to try to get out with the Gromp. Really nice move, but it doesn't matter.
Good
K
W.
follows him nonetheless. The Hounds are going to the moon right now for Maryville University, and Kim Down's not going to die, but he was close. That Dark and Dagger had connected. It would have gotten the proc. And it is just Maryville University's top side of the map rampaging through the enemy side of the jungle.
That was really well played. The W, the call of the pack, able to get out of the grand entrance from Rakan and make sure that play did go in favor of Maryville, as The top lane lead for K now snowballing elsewhere. It got UG some bonus camps, and again, the focus for Winthrop was put on the bot side, but Jerry and Obstinatus, maybe we don't see the gold lead in terms of numbers, but we are seeing the pressure being absorbed by this bot lane, having a really positive impact for this volatile top lane matchup.
Oh, Zach finds himself on the wrong side of dodge. Does have Wilson right next to him, though. Can look for a play. Will have the stun coming up. Has Tibbers, too. They're going to try to go onto UG. They're going to try to wait out the stun, or actually not be able to connect it anyways, as UG did end up getting away from that advance. Wilson's going to go for an invade. Has King down right next to him. UG will have to be careful here. Dodging out of everything, though, man. He's going to go right back in. Does look for the Comet Spear here. He's going to get some decent damage on Kim down, but it was the focus on a Spyrax who goes with the rebuttal. The Sonic Wave will strike true. Wilson gets Winthrop on the board.
All right, W shield not quite enough there for the Mal. But, oh, wait.
Jerry not respecting.
Barrier?
Gotta be careful. Grand Starfall came in deep from UG. He's almost full health now, and Obstinatus going to speed him up, going to give him the heal. Looking for the speed up himself, goes for it, gets the spear, but it's not enough to get the execute. K is coming down, though, and he does not have ulti yet. 2 seconds down, but Wilson's already gone, and that just means K is going to go on to Denethor. Denethor getting propped by the bleeds, getting dashed on, getting flashed on, getting killed again, a killing spree. Triple kills early for K, and welcome back for Maryville's top laner.
Yeah, what a nice game so far from K, showing that he's willing to play this counter pick that's been very new in terms of its emergence into the meta, and playing it well. And K is, I think, a player that a lot of people point to on this roster as being like, this might be the weak point of what is a very strong roster from Maryville. K stepping up like this, though, into a player like Denethor that we've always put a lot of respect on. Really good to see as we're getting a replay. See Spyrax get pinched here, was trying to help out UG with the Raptors, level up. Shield not quite enough, and just the last second Sonic Wave. Spyrax, I think if he clicks straight down, I don't know if he gets out of that one or not. Hitbox might be big enough, but UG had a very aggressive ult, cleans up, and hey, the kills that they found topside, yes, they did take down Spyrax, but that doesn't lead to any neutral objectives or other wins. The kills found there by UG and K did lead to those grubs being picked up by Maryville, and likely now with the focus on the Dragon, we'll see how many resources Maryville wants to put into this one. I do think that if Winthrop were to maybe able to start this one up quickly, with Tibbers being up, no Grand Starfall, that might be their one window to look at the Dragon. Instead, going to look mid. Spyrax still has flash up, but is hovering the right side.
Yeah, he should be okay.
Yeah. Same here. I mean, Eclipse is in, the steel caps are not enough, and keep in mind the last bout we saw Flash and Exhaust being used, so Nefiri turning it into another, pretty easy. Well, to get out, but that's not going to help the Dragon cause, as UG has the lead, and this is looking a little scary.
A trouble connections today, unfortunately, on my end. Sorry to leave you for a moment, but yeah, you know, I checked back in, and yeah, it doesn't look like much good going on for Winthrop University here in game number 2. Maybe they find something. Spyrax gonna flash. Grand Entrance gonna connect. He got the charm there too. UG's around though, and they don't really have the damage to follow through. Wilson was just behind the play, and now UG's gonna block it up for Spyrax, though UG now in some trouble. Gonna pop the shield there. Needs to be a little careful. Zach gonna be getting a stun up again, but it's not enough. Even when Winthrop finds some big moments, it's the team play for Maryville University that shines through.
Oh, we're getting a replay of this one. I don't know if there's gonna be too much action or interest here, as this is a 2-level lead. A Denethor where the ult even hit and it didn't matter. So that's a feels bad, man. Meanwhile, though, that mid-skirmish, I mean, at least enough health gained where maybe they can look at the Dragon. Again, this Annie we sin, they're not going to get better with time, especially compared to their peers there in the Pantheon, who I think Pantheon scaling after the change is very underrated.
Yeah, I agree.
and
Oh,
boy.
Grand Starfall into Zach. Nice flash from
What?
Yuji to get away from the
That was gross.
stun. That was actually disgusting.
Oh my God.
He just had to one-up his play just cuz, man. That's a double kill coming through. Might even be looking for a triple kill. Yuji, he's hunting. The Mongolian monster is hungry. He wants to get the kill back. Comet Spear, not enough. He won't get it, but it's still a massive play. And K actually getting shut down on the top side. Denethor gets the kill under turret.
Good turnaround by Denethor. What did I just witness from Yuji, man?
Dude, that was insane.
Again, he's too good.
That's a precision play right there.
He really is just too good. It's frustrating that I still have to cover him in this league after all these years. He deserves more. He really does.
That he just knew, man. He just knew.
This is so gross. Precision play presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Keep your eyes on Yuji here, folks. How does he flash over this to break? The flash breaks vision, by the way. That's the idea with his ult coming in. But this is so gross.
He just
he flashed the W. He reacts, flashed the W.
That's what's insane is even with the jump and even with knowing he was coming in, he's still fast enough to outplay Zach.
I was thinking that he was like, okay, flash over the wall, we break vision, we go back in from there, and then the Q can't
come. It was even more disgusting than you imagined.
Dear Lord, Yuji, man. Oh, God.
Yeah, this guy's real good. Real good.
I mean, he is something. And I know that the Maryville guys, you know, the ping over there is nice. It's a bit better than most, but dear Lord, every time this guy hits the rift, he just does something that
he just one-ups himself.
It really is ridiculous. It feels like every time this guy is hitting the rift, he's doing something that we don't see other players do. Doing something we don't see pros do. And the consistency of the rate at which we see stuff like that, that's the thing that really concerns me.
We just got the replay there. Apparently, Scary Jerry died under turret. He sacrificed his life there getting executed, I do believe.
I see 3 kills in the Maryville column and only 2 kills for Winthrop, so that does add up.
Tidal Wave coming out. Obstinatus in a little bit of trouble. Yuji's going to try to be the bodyguard here, but Scary Jerry coming on a flank now as well. They go instantly for the CC on a Wilson. Wilson gets the kick away. The Dragon Rage is going to be used defensively, but it's huge. And Scary Jerry trying to step up with some rockets. He's going to get the Foss Bomb. Comet Spear goes a little bit wide from Yuji. Almost took Mobility's life as first turret does end up falling. And that will be in the bot side in favor of Maryville.
Look at the map. Yeah, look at top side. Denethor is under his second turret as he is watching the first one fall. Looks like it's going to be the Hexplate build for Denethor.
Let's go.
So, more ults for him, hopefully, as Yuji.
Little play on Yuji. CC chain coming through.
Oh, it just doesn't matter.
Spyrax doesn't even have the golden eclipse, but the execute is there nonetheless. Denethor is coming. He's trying to make something happen. Grand Starfall to exit. He got out. Now he just left Spyrax all by himself and got him killed. Yuji's KDA survives, at least for now.
Well, we got mid tower too, and again, this TP from Denethor, a bit of desperation from Winthrop as Maryville. I mean, the leads that this team has put together against some quality teams, by the way, because this is giving me flashbacks to the CCG series, where Maryville cleaned them up pretty quickly in 2 games. CCG and Winthrop are respectable teams that we have in the NACL. I mean, these are going to be teams that are in playoffs. And Maryville is making them look like they're not on the same tier of them. As okay, good heal from Kim down. Sad that it was necessary, but this really is Maryville outclassing opponents that should be close or within the same class as them in really impressive team-wide fashion.
And that's the beautiful thing about the machine that is Maryville University. I feel like on nearly every roster they've put out in the last 2 years, everyone has moments, and the team play is so necessary. I know that's something Niles instills in the squads that come through, but like, it's so important to factor in that this team is holistically put together to make runs like this, to make massive moments happen for them time and time again. And K goes on a rampage as Maryville make a play in the mid lane. He's still going. He's under turret now, and Zach is just getting bursted down by Scary Jerry. As K will tank an extra turret shot there, but Winthrop University struggling for answers here.
I mean, they ran a really volatile comp, and this is what happens sometimes when...
I appreciate the attempt.
2 top laners running combat sums and making things a little bit too volatile. Denethor may be fishing for an ult. Can't find it. Meanwhile, we did see Yuji off-screen above the inner tower, almost getting a kill.
And K almost bled Wilson out, which that works too.
We'll say double
yeah.
cleaver stack. We could have avoided that one.
True.
Maybe a Shojin for K.
They're so far ahead, it doesn't matter.
That's true. You know, but maybe it's something Coach Niles talks about or brings up afterwards.
Yeah, true. But again, I know I was talking about it a little bit while the fight was going on, but it's just the mentality. Like, everyone's bought into the program, and I think that's so important. And again, you talk about being in person, that's such a huge factor too. But when you have the leadership that Maryville University has as well, even Winthrop University, I mean, we got to talk to Tails earlier too, but it is truly for these teams a reliance on some strong back-end focus, right? Some strong coaching staff, some strong support staff, at least there for the squads. As K in a 1v4, maybe he'll die this time. He should get taken out. Won't be a shutdown, but it will be the kill for Winthrop University ahead of the Dragon, so they could get their second Dragon of the game.
I don't know. This might be bait. I think Maryville is just dropping this to go take 2 inners. And
that seems like that's the case.
2 inners. As, oh boy. Oh, Denethor's here, but kill.
Mobility is down to Scary Jerry. Should be a kill back, though. The other ADC gets the shutdown as Denethor takes down Scary Jerry.
As Lee Sin was forced out.
He's going to go for the play on Obstinatus. See if he's got the moves. Oh, he gives up the Shaka too. And now Yuji comes back over after taking that Dragon. It's going to be the kickback onto Yuji, though. They've got the CC chain there, and Denethor linking up with the team gets another shutdown. That's 2 in a row now for him.
Given that 2 inners fell and Spyrax is still PvEing in the bot side, I don't think this matters too much in the grand scheme. But it is nice that Winthrop was able to pick up a few shutdowns, and that is legitimate gold on Denethor, who will be working towards that Dusk and Dawn now. See if it can turn into anything. I mean, this Maryville comp, both comps are very volatile. I would give, I don't know who I'd give the scaling edge to. I think I'd honestly give it to the Pantheon, though. I think Pantheon can kind of run this game. And I'm not just saying that because Yuji exists. Varus scales really hard, but the ability for Pantheon to just alt-press W on 5 squishies and have a very uneven fight from there with Nefiri, I think that's really tough to defend from Winthrop, regardless of what point of the game we're in.
And that's the position to be in. Oh my gosh, those numbers, man. Those numbers. K having a great one on the Nefiri. I wonder if this opens the floodgates for the ADC counters in top side. I don't think it's going to be coming up very often, not going to lie.
Going back to your point about Maryville, and it feels like they have a system where they can rotate players in and out. We even saw that this split, by the way. I do want to give I say this with kudos to both Crimson and K, but I couldn't tell that big of a difference between both players stepping in for this team. I think it really speaks to the system that Maryville has been able to create, where it is truly a system. Obviously, players are always going to bring their own flair, have picks that they might be more keen to or not. It's the real part of the game, but play the map the way they do.
Oh, Scary Jerry caught out. Now another pick. I think Maryville University getting a little bit loosey-goosey with it here.
That's 2 kills.
He's going to go for the Battle Herald here as 2 members of Maryville are down, but they still have K. K goes for the engage on Wilson. Isn't getting caught out. Spyrax going to take a Sonic Wave there, but won't follow through on that is Wilson. Rift Herald will be dropped in bot side, and still some chunk backs of gold for Winthrop University.
I think it's time to focus on the Baron as Maryville. Feels like that was a nice setup by Winthrop. We're able to find some kills, and again, most of the waves being farmed by Maryville, but Winthrop finding these shutdowns to try and even things up. It has worked out well. It's been a lot of gold on the Denethor, who is completely caught back up and into this matchup.
And Corruption's coming back up for Denethor. He's waiting to use it. It's going to come on cooldown right now. He's going to pop it instantly. It's going to go straight onto Yuji. That's the double root. You can't block that with the rebuttal Spyrax. He gets kicked back. Denethor goes unstoppable. From 0 and 3 to now having 5 kills in Winthrop University. They're making a comeback in this game. Oh, Zach almost just dies outright. Scary Jerry takes him down off with his head, and now Scary Jerry looking for the play, but it gets locked down, CC'd. It's going to be Denethor finding another one, man. He is just on a miraculous comeback right now.
This
He's
has
the same KDA as K.
This has gotten a bit out of hand. Okay. Where do we go from here, Mazel? Because this Varus has a lot of items all of a sudden. Varus went from being completely out of the game to being on the same level as Nefiri, which means that Varus is probably ahead at this point. And it's a bit uncharacteristic for Maryville. We did have a split reset. The Corki Nami were headed bot, or to base, I should say. Meanwhile, bot, usually can't do the skirmish. I think Spyrex needs to step up and catch the Q, because he tries to step up to catch the Q, but doesn't do it. If that happens, I still think that he goes down to Wilson, but he might prevent Yuji from getting out, as K might have done the opposite of the get down, Mr. President, as he threw the President in front of him with pressing the W up in the air there. And then Jerry, another deadly flourish from Mobility.
Yep.
Maybe taking some advice from that bout we had quite a bit of in last spring, Winthrop versus Near Airport. I always love Double Lift calling Jin W's Mr. Useful. Doesn't matter where you're at in the game. If you hit a couple, you can be useful. And that was a great example of that right there.
Yeah, there's been multiple like that in the past couple fights as well. And that 10,000 gold lead that Maryville University had is now whittled down to 7. Still a very good lead for them to have. But starting to have some worrying moments in this second game. We have another Dragon coming up. Maryville University were able to stop Winthrop University from getting those 2 back-to-back. So stacking of those neutral objectives will be a bit delayed. We'll see how they want to position, though. It should be all Maryville.
All right, Maryville taking a deep breath, trying to clean some things up. Did ask for some focus around the Baron. I think the Dragon spawning is going to be plenty good focus for them. Ocean Soul on the map. They pick up the first Ocean Dragon. And now it's time to focus up on the Baron, because I do think this is a game where if things go really late, I'm flip-flopping on my scaling.
Okay.
I thought Pantheon would maybe run the game.
Yeah.
The more I think about this, I'm concerned about the range of Jin Varus. And Maryville is a lack of tools, potentially, to deal with that.
I could see that as well.
Yeah.
Grand Starfall.
They could do a lot of damage.
Oh, he's just throwing his body here, and Kim Down's going to use his quickness to get out. Deadly Flourish again connects. Yuji going to flash out. Going to try to get the curtain call shots, but can't do it. The bodies are blocking here for Maryville. Scary Jerry going to step up there with the Boss Bomb, trying to lay in some rockets. He's got to be careful stepping up like that, though. Another Deadly Flourish. The Chains of Corruption doesn't actually connect there. At least the cleanse came through, actually, the Mikhails. And so they will end up having a little bit of action here for Winthrop University to push Maryville out of their own jungle.
That was a lot of tools burned for pretty much a UG reset. Grand Starfall is not available, but Maryville is going to continue kind of pressure in the choke.
With the flash play over the wall. Spyrax going to block a shot there from Mobility, but he'll still go down. Another big pick, and this one goes to Wilson, K. Gonna still be pushed on by Wilson. Dragon Rage kick back to the grand entrance. Back to the combo. 5v1 is easy odds for Winthrop University. That lead has been cut down to half.
That one felt to me, you had Yuji, Jerry, and Obsnatus all on reset. Spyrax and K are strong and doing their best to, pepper in damage and do work, but that's another play that's not really necessary.
Another chain CC.
All
Scary
right.
Jerry's gone again. Deaths in a row are the name of the game here for Maryville University, apparently. And you can see some of the frustration on the team, but it's Winthrop University who's feeling elated here. They felt so far behind, and now they're feeling like they can give them a fight back. Game 2 turning out to be a bit chaotic and a banger.
Winthrop should not be in this position. If you're down 10k gold in League of Legends at any point, I feel like you should probably be ending the game. The fact that Maryville had that lead 15 minutes in is ridiculous, but we have seen a couple of desynced plays from Maryville, and I do think at times it's okay to play out 3 lanes, make sure you're getting all the resources. If it does mean you give away a death or 2. Those shutdowns were big. It got Denethor back into the game, and Denethor has done a nice job of pushing this game forward. I think some of these chains of corruption have led to kills, led to the chain CCs you're talking about, Lennon. And how Mobility has been playing off that, too, who now has 3 items, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Denethor going to go
and
golden.
Seekers.
And that's
Great
a big
defense.
spike for him. They're going to turn it on Yuji. Kim Down comes over, too. Going to get the knockup on the Yuji. Yuji's going to go down. Wilson finds himself another kill. They're just overextending here. and Winthrop University are grouping as 5 once again. They have just been doing that time and time again. Deadly Flourish not going to go through that time. Didn't have much to follow up on it. Scary Jerry. That's Tibbers used by Zach. Misses the combo there. Came down, going to step back up, trying to clear some of this vision here. K has an angle. Remember, they do not have their primary engage in UG. They still have a small lead to deal with. There'll be some darkened daggers going across. K playing with his food here, but needs to be a little bit careful.
Varus has ult available again. That's what Denethor was kind of looking around the wall for that. As this game, it's accelerated enough for Denethor getting access to the Seekers, the interaction that we were talking about with the Pantheon Neferi, the ability to consistently attack the backline. Seekers use Zarya's completed for Denethor, so he's always going to have defense against that combo now. We saw that be really big as it was a good turn by Winthrop. Again, when you have a 10k gold lead, I'm going to focus a little bit more on the team's mistakes that have thrown it. But I think it does speak to how volatile both these compositions are.
Agreed.
Especially just given the top lane selection. And honestly, one of the positives of Varus later on in the game is that Varus, with his build and his stats, does get so many base stats where, with that, the Chain of Corruptions, you do act as kind of a secondary piece.
Spyrax gonna lock down Wilson. Wilson gets the golden eclipse, and he will be out of there. Now the play from K. He dodges out of the initial CC. Chains of Corruption goes wide. Zach falls. All of a sudden, UG and Maryville, they form Voltron, and they absolutely attack Winthrop University. Kim Downs dashing for his life. Multiple members down, multiple key factors down for Winthrop. They will get a pick onto K as mobility goes unstoppable here on the Jhin.
He was bouncing on the heads of the dogs there for mobility as he found the bounce on the dog to find the kill on the K. I think that means they can't start Baron. We'll see if that still is the case, as it does look like they're pulling it. But this is going to be a lot of info over to Winthrop, and honestly, a bit of a risky player from Maryville. Denethor will have that ult up again.
Yeah, they're going to back off. They're going to go for the Grand Starfall. I think Winthrop University a little bit hesitant to step forward. This can be the flash play by UG. Mobility flashing out. Deadly Flourish back. CCing them down. Mobility is out of there. Golden Eclipse comes down but doesn't get Denethor, but Denethor will be left alone and scared as Scary Jerry takes him down.
Chains were decent. Engage a little bit too good by UG. As
oh my
UG
god,
wins
he
out
got the Skull
fight.
Crab. No way. He has the rest of the team here too. He's feeling pretty confident on the Pantheon. Another Sonic Wave will connect. Won't follow it through. I think it's a very nice call not to go for that one, but Maryville University still showing some threat here on the back end of these fights.
This game's just been utter chaos, which I kind of have come to expect from these two teams at times when they do find bouts, but the amount of damage in this game and on the graphs, it really speaks to the bloody game we're seeing. And one where Winthrop has fought back. Again, I think that Varus can provide some stability as that carry top laner, just given the fact that Chains of Corruption is such a useful ultimate.
And it's such a short cooldown.
Yeah, well, especially when you go Hexblade. That helps. As set up for this dragon, going to be in favor of Maryville. They're pushing Winthrop off. They have Nami heals to deal with some of the poke. As long as they don't eat a Chain of Corruption or a Deadly Flourish, I do think that Maryville can continue to push forward as they see the Varus top, and that's likely going to lead to Dragon being taken.
It definitely seems like Maryville University has taken notes from Winthrop here. It is school in session. We're going to group as 5-2. We're just going to put our bodies together and not extend past each other this time around. That soul point will be big, though, on the way to an Ocean Soul for Maryville University, giving them so much sustained power there as well. You see that Winthrop are trying to scoop up some gold in the side lane, trying to get a little bit more of the standing gold as well, as they've only been able to take down one turret. That's a lot of gold that's available, and this is a lot of gold that's available too, as Spyrax going to go down to Mobility, who is dominating. I'm getting shades of that previous Jhin performance we were talking about. My god, this man is insane. I know he's played it already a couple times this split, but this is an incredible performance from Mobility, and nice little capper, or at least addition, to our face-to-face matchup in the bot lane.
I mean, the Jhin keeps on creating plays to fight back. Again, when pairing up with another marksman at the top lane, part of why we like the Jhin. Because what he lacks for in that DPS can make up for in utility to set up the DPS as being taken top. Is how Winthrop's been able to play out of this comp. I mean, Tails said on the pregame interview, Mazel, they had a couple things that they've been working on but didn't want to talk about. Spirits top might have been one of them, as it was off to a disasterly start that probably should not have led to the game state that we're in right now, but It is a game state that Winthrop can win. And keep in mind, a series win here does secure their spot in playoffs. They're likely to get it. It'd be a crazy scenario if they didn't 100% have playoffs locked down. But they'd like to control their own fate going into their last series of the year against Citadel next week.
And just a shout out to Winthrop. I mean, a lot of games coming up for them, obviously, but like to keep your head in this game, man, that shows just a lot of tenacity for the team, and I think that's so huge for them because you got to remember this team is on a streak, right? They were feeling pretty confident coming into this series, and you could hear it from some of the conversations we were having with Tails. And so to be able to have this moment where they're fighting back tooth and nail, it's not a 23-50 game, right? Like this is a game that they really have an opportunity to make good on.
One that's needed in the standings. I mean, the fact they fought to get back to here would be a feel-good win. I mean, a part of it's a feel-good win because it's a game that you probably should never be in or have won. Another part of it, still feels bad. It's like, guys, we shouldn't have won this game no matter what happens. But they can be proud of the way they've played their way back in and definitely punish some of the greediness in Maryville.
They're split, though. They just split themselves across the wall. That is the detriment of all teams. As they split, Maryville engage, and they're losing everyone here. K is going to bring the Chains of Corruption back to the rest of the team, though. So that will be a little bit of a lockdown that stops Maryville in their tracks. Zach was waiting for a potential play with the Tibbers around the corner, but they will just get away with one death, and they'll try to reassign to these lanes as Baron is in the eyes of Maryville.
Was hoping to see... Hoping to see mobility.
Tibbers stun could do wonders here.
They don't have Lee Sin, though.
Baron goes down to Maryville.
Yeah. That Baron's going to be up and available to set up for the Dragon 2, which will be sold from Maryville. So I know we keep on talking about how this comp's volatile. If it goes Omega late, maybe Varus and Jin can slingshot this one back. I think Ocean Soul is going to make that. Honestly, it's not the most impactful Soul because you still want these fights to be fast if you're Winthrop. But the gold lead and deficit that hasn't changed in the last few minutes for Winthrop is they don't have control over the map. And I think the parts of the game where we have seen them get any sort of control, it's been off of Jin W's. So any scenario where they can try and create that again feels like that's the weird winning scenario where Winthrop's just kind of fishing to use Jin where he can kind of reassert range advantage in a lot of games and against a lot of comps. See if mobility has another few Mr. Usefuls in him.
There you go. Ooh, Chains of Corruption going a little bit wide there in the bot side. The thing is, I know we're still pretty far off it, but we're getting closer and closer to where the gold lead won't really matter once we get these full item builds coming through. And we're getting close to that, right? We're working on 5th items now for some carries in the game as well. And I think it's important to highlight that there will be a lot of damage on Winthrop's side, but the oppression is still there from Maryville. Came down, takes half of his health from the range of Scary Jerry, and now the siege comes for the base. Zach going to get engaged on by K. Dodges out of the Tibbers. He still has the stun. Is it enough? K's going to flash out from turret range. Zach not able to lock him down, but the lockdown comes on to Scary Jerry. Mobility trying to step up there. Has to flash away, though, and immediately Scary Jerry flashes forward. Gatling gun at the ready. And Maryville University, they gave Winthrop an opportunity. That opportunity has been shut and cold, as now it's Maryville moving for the end. Baron at the backs. Nexus Towers getting low, and the Grand Starfall to light the skies for Maryville University. They had the collegiate showdown, and they seem to just be the big brother of Winthrop University here this week. That's going to be a massive performance. Back to 10,000 gold in the end for Maryville University in the 2-0 sweep to start the day.
Yeah, you can see not quite as happy in the player cams after that game. It's still fist bumps for Jerry and Opsnatus. A win's a win. I think Maryville is going to take a few looks at that one and be like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't reset and go for players in the enemy side of the map at the same time. And once we talk about that and discuss it, might help them out for tomorrow. As, of course, if you like this matchup today, winners finals for CTG between Maryville and Winthrop University tomorrow for the rematch. And we'll see who can book their ticket in the grand finals and be the big boss waiting.
It doesn't stop here. And that's why I was talking about earlier, like taking momentum into that series would be huge. But Winthrop University, unfortunately, their momentum in the NACL specifically will slide to a halt. And at the backs of some very, very strong performances from everyone, it felt like, on Maryville University. welcoming K back to the starting lineup here, and it looked pretty good to bring the Nefiri out in game 2.
Yeah, I love the fact that K showed his flair. I think a lot of the times, K doesn't get enough credit on this roster because he is someone that's really doing his job. Like, we're blinding the Rumble, blinding the Scion, the Jax. That really has been a team that's been about bot lane. And when your bot lane's putting up a 1.1k gold diff at 14 on average, I think it's a reasonable job to do as a top laner, is to make sure your bot lane's set up for success. But in an area where the Varus was flexed, they were trying to tease it for Denethor. K brings out this unique counter, plays it well enough to find the win. Definitely has put some time, some reps, got that lane advantage. Gave up one or two shutdowns. He's probably going to want back. But hey, got to show off another side of his gameplay that I think a lot of the times we don't see, which is K getting counter pick and what he can do with that. It was good to see him do it against Denethor and find this unique pick that's been kind of quick to find its way into the meta. He's definitely been putting time and able to adapt and make sure it's ready to pull out on stage. So that's been great, as that was a big factor in Maryville with that series win, securing a bye in our playoffs.
And that's so huge to be able to bypass that first setup and be able to see some of the competition coming out as well. Really, really awesome stuff from Maryville University to finish strong at least. That being said, though, little introspection for Winthrop. I mean, being able to capitalize on some of the mistakes of Maryville University is still a benefit, right? And I think some of the team play we got to saw from them was really awesome to see. And I got to give some credit where credit's due. Like, Wilson was finding some of those engages on overextended members, right? The Lee Sin was having that delivery system for the team. But obviously they were just too far behind to make the biggest difference there, even though they had that big comeback. So shout outs to Winthrop University for making it exciting in game number 2, at least.
See if they can do some more of that tomorrow, as Winthrop gonna need a little bit of help from the crew, or the league, I should say, to make sure that they secure their spot in the playoffs. But very, very, very likely that we will be seeing Winthrop competing in the playoffs. They have one more series to go in NACL, as they face the Ole Miss / Citadel squad next week. And what could be a match that matters. It kind of depends on how this next one goes. If this next one goes the way of Citadel, then next week's match gets a little bit less interesting. That said, if it goes the way of AMI, we could have a world where Citadel is playing for their own promotion relegation live. So it makes the next match all the more interesting. Mazel. Of course, we still have some housekeeping to take care of before that, as we're trying to get a winner's interview with Maryville, as well deserved after their 2-0.
But we'll also be giving out an MVP. I know I was a little bit split on the vote itself, but I know we had a collective decision in having UG as that MVP. So I think the guy is just too damn good. That flash play will go down in nightmares of any mid laner that plays Annie in the NACL, and get this guy to tier 1, man. Like,
honestly, this might have been a sneaky, like, backdoor Obstinatus MVP. I do think that Obstinatus had a really good 2 games. But, yeah, UG was a big playmaker for Maryville. And one that, I mean, again, just continues to... we've had some nice Twitter posts, by the way, at Watch NACL on X, I should say. Now that, you know, I'm on an official broadcast. Can't say what I like to say on my stream. There's been some nice top 5 lineups in terms of the 5 best players of the week. Players that we felt like were the best in their roles for the week. That's been voted on by a lot of the community co-streamers and the casters as well. UG's been all over the top 5 lists. As every time this guy hits the rift, I test, it looks different. It feels different. He is very good at League. And he is one of the best players in this league, undoubtedly. So
yeah,
the fact that UG continues to perform and all Maryville continues to perform, very positive.
Very true, but I do hear we have our interview ready to go. You get to talk with the young gun himself, Scary Jerry. So, Cubby, take it away.
I've got this one. I'm happy about that. Scary Jerry, congrats on the win. How you doing? We were talking game 1. We saw the Gen G jacket. Is that a ruler jacket by chance? You know, channeling some of the energy coming in for the Ezreal?
I mean, 100%. He gave me this one in person, so it's a little flex.
Really?
Yeah,
that is cool.
We did a swap. Like, we gave him a DSG jacket, he gave us a Gen G jacket. It was cool.
That is very cool. Definitely taking advantage of some of the newer Ezreal buffs in that first game.
Literally.
Look, Jerry, first game, very dominant. You guys played great. Second game, started off very dominant. Couple hiccups, couple plays where you guys might have reset and the team went for a fight or vice versa. What are you guys planning on talking about? Because I know that this is one of the busiest parts of your competitive schedule, thinking about more than just NACL. What's that been like as a team to go through, and how does that kind of change your focus when League is such a complicated game? Like, what are you guys trying to really narrow down and focus on as you play these big matches?
I mean, it's really just discipline and also just our late game sequences. I think our laning, especially for tier 2, it's really solid. So right now we're looking at a lot of like late game sequences where like teams will go for Baron or they won't go for Baron, or like how people reset, and because usually you won't end the game on first Baron these days. So yeah, we're just trying to look at that. So obviously like this second game we're like throwing a bit. You know, it doesn't look good. We're gonna have a long film sesh, but yeah, just discipline and how we're playing around late game.
Hey, I do want to give a shout out to your top laner, Kay. That Nefiri counter pick to the Varus, kind of a new pick that's cropped on up. Of course, you guys have, I like to say, an embarrassment of riches over there in that building, as you have a lot of talented players that are on the team behind you guys as well. What's it been like trying to incorporate all that into the team, and you know, how does that impact you when you have different voices sometimes in the call when you're playing these highly competitive matches?
I mean, I always like to say like top is, you know, it's just an island. So like obviously both players are really good, so it's easy to slot them in for each other. They each have their strengths. But yeah, I mean, I've been playing with Yuji and Spyrex for like since forever. We have really good synergy. We're really good friends. And me and Guy, Obstinatus, like sometimes we have some hiccups and scrims, like I'll get tilted, but he's a really mature guy. So, you know, the 4 core, we have really good comms, and both top laners they're really smart, and they're also getting like really good comms as well and everything.
Yeah, it seems to be helping you guys, especially helping you and Obstinatus in lane, as you've helped the rest of the team with that. We flew a graphic heading into the day that you're averaging being up 1,100 gold around the 14-minute mark, which is pretty ridiculous. What's it been like for you, you know, stepping back in the tier 2? We've talked to you earlier in the season, talked about how you guys are looking to play well to get sponsors, which I always like to highlight for your team. But in terms of you kind of refocusing on what are you bringing from your experience in Disguised, and how has that kind of changed your outlook on tier 2, or just your outlook on your play right now as you're competing in everything under the sun, thinking of CLOL and NACL?
I mean, that's a good question. Tier 1 definitely, it teaches you like a lot of practice habits, as in like, you know, the things that you should be thinking about, because League's kind of a simple game if you're like playing it all the time and you're really working on your mechanics. So I'm really able to like practice and not like second guess myself. Like I know what tier 1 players do to get better. I know how, you know, tier 1 players play the map. So obviously it gives you a lot of knowledge that you can use and apply here. Something I try to do a lot is just like I watch a lot of pro play and I see how they're playing the lane phases and stuff, because you're not going to have that kind of info in tier 2 if you're just like scrimming and playing solo queue. But yeah, the experience also, I'm trying to play just a consistent game all around, like starting from lane phase, going into mid game, how I'm playing team fights, how I'm communicating with my team that I'm playing team fights. I mean, I really just want to make it to tier 1 again. I really want to be the best player I can be, and I'm maturing, so I think it's going well. I'm practicing. You know, I'm trying to get better.
Well, it's been great to see on the Rift. I know the KDA in the last game might have not been the prettiest, but the pressure you guys were putting down and the damage you were putting down was definitely extreme. Jerry, before we let you go and get into our next match, any final thoughts, parting words, or anything else you want to say?
Yeah, you guys should watch us play CLOL. We're playing Winthrop tomorrow in, I don't know if it's like semis or whatever, but yeah, we get to play them
Winners
again in
finals.
Yeah, winners finals. Thank you. Yeah, we're playing them in a best of 5, so people should tune in. CLOL is super hype, and yeah, that's all. Also, shout out my dad.
I know he's always in the chat. Always good to see him. And you guys have been the 2 strongest teams so far in CLOL, so I know that winners final best of 5 will be a banger tomorrow. As this was a series, you know, I think game 2 you want to be a little bit closer to game 1, but hey, 2-0 nonetheless. Jerry, congrats on the win. Keep up the good play. We will see you guys the second week of playoffs, as you have earned yourself a bye in NACL with that win today.
That's big.
Jerry, until next time.
All right, thanks.
All right, Mazel.
I believe in you, Jerry. Keep it up, man. Back to tier 1.
Been playing really good. It's been good to see. So I appreciate a good answer to what he called a good question in terms of he's incorporating some of his experience to try and round himself out and mature. That's all we can do. And I think Jerry's put together some really good play with Obstinatus to, again, earn themselves that first round bye. We'll say they have I guess the head-to-head versus Supernova technically if Supernova wins next week, I might have lied. It's head-to-head. It's not game score. Maryville. Yeah, Maryville plays Supernova. First day next week. Maryville needs to beat Supernova to secure that bye. That series will be indicative of who gets the bye.
How crazy would it be, though?
And you guys at home. Would be crazy. Would be a great story for Supernova, who got off to a slow start in the split, is really even ramping up. I think they drop maps, but they've not dropped a lot of series. So that's been good. They've just gotten more stage practice, we'd like to say.
There you go. Well, we'll be getting to our second series now. I know that first one was quick, but we still got another one locked and loaded. CTG taking on AMI in an important series for the standings.
Yes. So tiebreakers are a bit goofy, or a little bit hard to track, at least for me, as I'm balancing out LPL being game score and this being head-to-head. Why this matters? If AMI loses, it's easy. AMI is in promotion and relegation. Citadel is likely going to find themselves on the couch for playoffs. They have to win back-to-back. And we will talk more about those playoff scenarios for Citadel or the chaos that could happen if AMI wins after we talk to the coach of AMI in Pocus.
Yeah, you're going to be sitting off. Have fun chatting with Pocus.
All right. Thank you, Phillips Norelco One Blade. And Pocus looking sharp. Big match today for your team. As we were teasing, you guys need to win this to try and create some weird scenarios to escape promotion relegation. I know that you've talked a lot about getting this newer team together, ready to learn. You kind of accepted that this was likely going to be a scenario that your team could face. What's it like going into the day, though, where this is the biggest match that you guys have played so far? What's it been like getting the guys ready?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Like, based on what we thought last week, we thought we were locked into the promo relegation tourney. I kind of told them it was a good thing and we were getting more practice, right? So now they're like, should we actually win this match? But all jokes aside, we're pretty excited to have a chance to not make the promo relegation tourney and prove ourselves today.
Yeah, I will say, diving into the match, something I've noticed from your team of late, there was a close game you played against Conviction, where Bio had a Rengar that was getting ahead early, but got shut down by an Aurelion Soul. Afterwards, you said that, this is some of the more fun I've had playing League. Since then, I've really noticed you guys have been playing very hard for early game, whether it's Bio's jungle picks or the K to East lane that only you guys have really been willing to pull out often. What's it like kind of formulating that game plan? Like, is that one where players are like, hey, we feel like this is our best chance to win? Is that one where you're looking at your team or strategy being like, we can find angles or we just really need early game leads to function? What's been into really forming a style for me? It's been a lot about early game for your team.
Yeah, I think it goes with the champion, the players shambles and comfort, right? Like, I think Protoss and Bio are very aggressive players and they thrive when they get a lead. As much as like this split has been about learning how to operate with the lead, and I think they got better at that. I'm happy with it. And hopefully when they do get a lead today, they're able to transition it into a win. But yeah, they like to play very aggressive early.
I appreciate the positive speak of when they get a lead today, which of course they're hoping for. Going up against Citadel, they're a team that since the changes they made, they have made it to top 5 in CLOL. They've found some wins in the NACL as well. I think it's a team that, at least strategically, can be really creative. What are some of the bigger challenges that Citadel presents you going into the match today?
I think they found their footing from like their roster swap, so like kudos to them. Like, it looked shaky a couple of weeks ago. They definitely have a lot of experience on the roster. Like, I think Rally is one of the stronger men in the league, so like we're looking out for certain of his picks, and like they have some picks all around, but we're pretty confident.
Yeah, I think that for me, the Sejuani angles are tough sometimes, given Bradley's pool, and there's also a team that when they Griffin's been going for 3 camp ganks, I think they've broken a lot of games open and found some upset wins, as that one against NRG was big. Pogus, know it's a big match you got. Any final thoughts or words before we let you get back to the team?
Shout outs to you guys. Shout outs to everyone that makes NACL what it is. And yeah, thank you.
Best of luck today. See if Apex Mission Impossible can make promotion relegation a little bit less possible with a win today. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, Mazel. Bringing you back in as we get ready for draft. We've got to boil down a couple of talking notes for this game. Do appreciate how, the specific shout out to Bradley and some of the champs that he's willing to pull out and some of the combos with Griffin. That really has been where Citadel has found their greatest strengths.
Oh, I was muted, unfortunately. I didn't want to interrupt your interview.
That's
but
all right.
Anyways, we're going to be getting to the CTG roster here because I think it's important to highlight some of the factors that will be impactful today, at least. And the fact that we do have this change that is trying to be the mold for CTG to stay out of that conversation of that bottom two. I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on them today, though.
Yeah, as someone that was pretty critical of the changes and the timing of it, which was most of my issue, because I feel like these changes could have been made earlier in the season for both NACL and CLaw. So far, it's proven right. I mean, this is a team that is top 5 in CLaw. They did fall short against Winthrop, as Winthrop had a pretty clean 3-0 against them. But they've also toppled NRG, which was the biggest upset we had this split in NACL. So a bit of a surprise, frankly. And that win, significant for Citadel, because it puts them in the position where a win today makes sure that they are not in the promotion relegation conversation and can control their own destiny against Apex Mission Impossible. Whereas a loss today does put them in a 3-way tie for teams at 2 series wins against Dorado and AMI. That would mean that both those teams would have beaten Citadel in the head-to-head. So Citadel would be deprioritized, which means that if it does break out in the standings, they don't find the win against Winthrop, the standings end where it's 2-2-2. I believe that would mean that Citadel are the team that are at the bottom of that as they lose the head-to-head. It's not a 1-1-1. So in a way, this is a really big match and kind of their best opportunity to control their own destiny and make sure that we see Citadel in the league again for summer.
And AMI controlling their own destiny as well, needing that win and trying to bar a loss. A team that's shown some serious growth. I think that this is one of the teams that is more plainly seen, at least, to be able to see some of the things that they've been working on. And while it doesn't always work out for either of these teams, I think it's nice to see at least some of the movement and development from these very young players.
Yeah, I really feel like the style of picking really hard early game champs, we have seen AMI be able to play the game for the majority of games, but we've also seen, like, post 20 minutes, things blow up and end really poorly quickly. Just given that, when we're playing champs like Elise, like Rengar, which are not one-offs. These are champs that are actually prioritized by this team. These are very volatile champions where if we do not consistently keep the game moving forward and in our favor, Elise support's not as useful come 20 minutes in, or Rengar jungle is not as useful come 20 minutes in as a lot of the more meta options that we see teams go for. So
yeah,
I think for AMI, I appreciate what Pocus is saying. I definitely buy into some player strengths, as I've seen Bio playing Rengar in combines. I know this is something that he can play, but also I think it's really tough as a team towards the bottom of the league to win games by strictly playing early game in a tier 2 league, as a lot of the times you're more prone to make mistakes yourself. And at this level of play, I mean, everyone's making mistakes in every game. We really don't see many games like what Maryville did game 1 against Winthrop. So I think that taking some elements of scaling almost hedges your bets. And I'm curious to see if AMI kind of subscribes to that at all throughout the series. I think a lot of the times it's like, okay, first 15 minutes or bust. If we are not 4K gold and multiple dragons, we're in trouble. And usually they can get ahead, but it's not quite clean enough to make sure that come 20 minutes, come 25 minutes, they're ahead enough for that to make a big difference.
We're going to be getting to our face-to-face Philip Norelco matchup here, as it will be Griffin versus Bio. I know we were seeing some crazy jungle stuff last game. I do expect this series to also be pretty chaotic, and I think it's going to be a leading hand from these two guys individually.
Yeah, I really feel like Citadel's biggest wins or angles has been where Griffin is going for these 3-camp ganks or 3-camp plays. So getting level 3 and just going to make an invade, make something happen instantly. I also really appreciate the Sejuani coming in, as it not only synergizes well with the champion pool of Bradley, but this is a champion, especially going into the best of fives, that I really expect to see come back, as you are too flexible as a jungler at playing Sejuani. You can do too many things. And oftentimes later on in Fearless, I find that can be very valuable. If you are somewhat strong early, have a pretty balanced power curve, and have every jungle clear option available to you, which, to be fair, was a lot better when the game was like not every champion could start every camp and clear any way they wanted, because that is not what League of Legends was 10 years ago. And that is when Sejuani was at her best, because she was one of the few champs that did have every single option available to her.
Yeah.
But
and
the
it is
pairings
one of
with Bradley,
Griffin's
the
classic champs. I mean, Griffin's been a while. It's the dueling fates of a veteran in the scene versus a up and coming jungler here. And Griffin was a well-known Sejuani enjoyer. Obviously, it was a very, very big pick in the meta at the time. But we'll see if that veterancy really shines through today.
Yeah, we'll say. We haven't asked Citadel, I don't think, on broadcast about why they don't compete in person. I'm always kind of curious about that. He did say that 7 out of the 8 teams that have made NACL finals since the changes made in the league in summer of 2023 did play together for either the duration of the split or at some point thinking of boot camps throughout the split. Shout out to FearX with the XU team over there. Some of the same guys actually managed the Citadel squad, but I think it's a big advantage being in person. Definitely a team that, of course, because they're a college team, I'm not sure if they have the power for that or not. Would be curious as to why they don't opt to, or why they don't play in person, because they're a team that I'd expect to have the power to do so, and I think that's a real big advantage.
Yeah. I think another matchup, and it kind of just goes hand in hand just with the way things are going right now, is that mid lane matchup. Retro Bradley, I'm very curious at what version of this mid lane we're going to get today. Obviously, Retro has been really willing to go with the Anivia and things along those lines, even a little bit more team play oriented picks as well coming out of the mid lane. But I'm still getting a feel for Bradley playing in the mid lane and figuring out exactly how and what he's comfortable on. I mean, he's been able to play a breadth of champions that, feels like cold comfort classics for him, but also meta defining champions that are current right now. And I'm just curious what we're going to be getting between the two today.
It feels like Retro Zing has been more of a neutralizer out of the mid lane, just really having that heavy priority on stuff like Anivia Galio, right? So I'm interested to see if he can slow down Bradley, because those are champions that you would think are good into Bradley's pool that has featured a lot of Akali and some other Flare picks, but I feel like mid lane just goes whatever way Bradley wants to take it, because we have seen Bradley, I think, play a little bit more standard in terms of what he was picking mid when the swap first came out, but I think we've also seen him lean more into that aggression, as the Akali and the Aurelia were the big ones in the, I believe it was the NRG series that found wins and was a really big difference maker for Citadel. So I'm curious. I think the other shout out I want to give actually is to Keel. So when I was first thinking about some of the roster changes that were being made for Citadel, Keel was, I really thought that Keel jungle Griffin support would be the angle. I was told that Griffin support is just really bad. Rather put Keel there than Griffin, and this is better overall.
I'll just Keel is just insane mind, man. I'm happy he's back playing, because I think the way he thinks about the game is so next level, and he's also spicy with it, man.
He's really, I think, quickly stepped it up on support. I was watching the NRG series, and I thought his Lulu was really clutch at a few points, which I usually don't say, but sometimes, when you have that bigger outside purview looking in, sometimes you can see things differently, which it takes time to catch up. I think a lot of teaching, especially like a new role, it's going to come into laning and make sure he can play the rest of the game. We know that Keel knows how to play the game from his time in the jungle, so kind of seeing him apply that to support, and I see moments from him very similar to Spica early on, where it's like, okay, this is a good angle and this isn't. That's okay. You kind of have to learn. It's a win or learn mentality, especially early on in support, where you do have to put yourself out there and make plays for better or worse at times.
Well, we're getting into draft number 1 of our second series, so get locked in, folks, as we have the Zinzao and the Jarvan banned away by CTG on that blue side. It's going to be the Orianna and the Karma banned by AMI. Final ban, the Caitlyn, going to be targeted towards Vaz.
I like the fact that they're targeting that Kate Elise lane, as I just think that's something that not a lot of other teams are playing, and Baz has played 5 Caitlyn games.
Yeah.
4 of which have been paired up with Elise. So taking away that Caitlyn's good.
AMI special.
It is. My eyes, though, are currently going towards the Ashe Seraphine, the duo that we have seen falling off in priority a little bit, but I still think is very strong, as the only answer that we've really seen into it is taking volatile bot lanes and junglers and paying a lot of attention to bot. Because if that duo is allowed to function throughout the game, it is too damn strong. But Ezreal Bard, especially with the Ezreal buff, seems to be a little bit more of a viable option, and we'll see if that is the angle that Citadel wants to go.
First pick Ez.
I don't know why the Ezreal buffs came in, Zell. I don't.
We're seeing a lot of hyper carries, man. It's good to get away from the crit carries. They gotta keep us down there.
I love Ezreal. I really do. I think Ezreal. I did a stream way back where I talked about champion designs. I put all the champions in a champion design tier list, and Ezreal for me was Z tier, top 5. Like this champion, this archetype champion, it's so cool. It can't be.
Absolutely.
Other MOBAs, they don't have champions like this. I think Ezreal, I think it was Rumble, Ezreal, Jarvan, Orianna, Lee Sin were my top 5 in terms of just champ design.
Some great designs, yeah.
Ezreal's not supposed to be first pick. Not a first pick champion. if we're blinding Ezreal B1, there's a problem because he's got 1,000 range.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a bit of a problem here. But you know what? Saw Scary Jerry cash in on it. We'll see if Array can do the same.
True. It's been a big comfort for him as well. I know you were talking about the Caitlyn 5 picks, but it's been 5 picks, now 6 for Array on the Ezreal. We have our jungle matchup now to boot, as we have the Pantheon for Bio, and we do have the Skarner coming out for Griffin.
Oh, some good setup for the Equalizer already, as it can be Impale into sitting on top of.
Is that like a skewer? Like you're going like over an open fire? Is it like a... Because, you have the hot pot with Jarvan. Kebabs. You're making kebabs.
I'm just rolling with you on this one,
Okay. I thought you would give me some help and help me, but thanks.
Well, my head immediately went to, there was a reel I saw that it was Vlad the Impaler, and it's like he discovers marshmallows, and he puts the skewer through the marshmallow, and he's like, this is awesome.
This is great.
So that's immediately where my head went when he started talking about food and kebabs.
Okay. Well,
a little bit not focused
we'll work
on
the name. We'll come up with a cool name for the Rumble Skarner combination. And yeah, the Jax ban comes through. The Yorick was picked up as the answer into that Rumble, by the way.
But why are we banning Jax if we have top and jungle showing? Is there a chance that this is a Keel Skarner support?
Could be. We've also seen Skarner top now.
Yeah,
I mean 2 days ago, yesterday.
Jax jungle in this though, I don't love.
Rumble mid, Rumble support, could be anything. So many options.
I don't know.
So many choices.
I don't know.
We're in the second phase, though, the Jhin ban by CTG, so focusing on what is relevant and taking away some of those carries from Baz. I know Baz does like the Jhin as well. I love it because he talked about how openly he's a Jhin lover and, stole my heart with that one. So, not going to be able to get that one here for game number 1, at least. It's going to be the Sipper to follow that one up. Nautilus is the final ban by AMI.
That Jax ban is still really perplexing to me. It's like I'm in my own head now about what are they scared that Citadel has been cooking behind the scenes. But they're locked in. They know that one's going to be bought. We're going to save counter pick for Retro Zing in the mid lane, as the fact that Galio's still up maybe prevents an Akali from coming through. A lot of crowd control already showing on the board though for AMI, as Citadel maybe looking to find a little bit more setup for this Rumble, as I like the idea of Ahri and the ability to attack.
Maybe it won't be any spice after all. We'll find out how it all works out, especially now that counter pick is available for AMI. Going to have some more options to think about, as they will be looking for their mid lane matchup, which now they know is into the Ahri more than likely.
Yeah,
no spice.
No, the Jax ban is still making me think a little bit.
Yeah.
As a bit of a bummer. But Retro Zing into the Ahri. I do think Silas is an option here. I also think Galio, that's just kind of where I default, because that's where Retro Zing has defaulted a lot this split. Going for the Galio, but will be the Mel. I mean, you can send back Tidal Wave, send back True Shot Barrage, send back a Charm. I think this is a lane that Ahri can get through, but like the idea, at least from RetroZing, as Mel does bring a lot of early power, and it will be the second Mel we've seen from RetroZing so far this split.
But going back to your point earlier, we've been seeing teams willing to go with the safety net of a strong team fight potential, and that is screaming at me from CTG's side, right? Like, once they get all 5 together around these objectives, it is going to be hard to play away from that CC and that initial setup that they're going to have.
Yeah, I think in terms of where this game plays out, Arbrio trying to get big in the side lane, the ability for Pantheon to attack the Rumble is where I'm looking towards, because Stray is going to have to play some defense around that. That said, bot lane, I really favor the Ezreal Nami lane, and if you're an old-time League fan, this was the... You'll appreciate this one, Mizel. RNG Uzi. This was their lane. It really was. I mean, Ezreal Nami is a lane that it cropped up, I feel like, at multiple worlds as people forgot, like, oh, this is damn strong.
Yeah.
Ezreal's ability to play with Nami.
The extra damage on top of it is so nasty.
It is. So I really feel like this draft from Citadel, there is a lot of mobility in the carries. Outside of Rumble, I'm worried about the ability for Rumble to be attacked. But I do think that Skarner getting on top of everyone, it's pretty doable and can really set up for some big plays from Citadel. So how AMI keeps him out, it's got to be Bio on the Pantheon. I really feel like as much as Bio wants to dive into the backline and point and click in Ezreal or in Ahri, there might be a few angles where if it's not a Bard ult or not a Mel-E or a Chain of Corruption on the Skarner, you got to really calm who's going to keep Skarner out of the backline for AMI. And is that a choice where we can send Bio into the backline and have RetroZing and Baz handle it by themselves? Or is it one where maybe we don't even want a team fight because we have a Yorick staring down a Rumble Ahri and playing the side lanes? I think definitely going to be a viable strategy for AMI if this Yorick gets going.
And I got to put some more weight on the shoulders of Bio there, because he is the primary engage for the team. So he's going to really have to figure out that in-between of when to go for this backline picks and when to be that front line to stop any of those engages hitting onto the squishier members. Because this composition for AMI, I'll just say, is a little bit harder to execute, it feels like, but does have some benefits if you can get some of that snowballing nature, especially on Bio, but on some of the other carries as well.
Well, being told by production, we have another long draft, guys. It's not Discord this time. Got a little bit of lag we're sorting out so we can get into the game on even footing and make sure our players are ready to go. But yeah, I think both teams, Mazel, definitely have options, a couple different ways to play the game, different points of strength. I think a lot of the times in game ones, at times we see handshakes. I was kind of interested to not see the handshake in this one. So different styles clashing. We'll see whose style can come out on top.
As we're getting into game number 1 of our second series of the day. It's the final series of week number 7 here in the NACL. CTG versus AMI in a do-or-die series, let's be honest.
Again, stakes for this one going in. If AMI do not win this series, they're in promotion relegation. Citadel are safe. If Citadel do not win this series, they're in a 3-way series tie with AMI and Dorado, teams that they have lost to both times. So with the way that tiebreakers work, it's head-to-head over game score, which has not been the case in NACL in the past. So definitely one feels like a really big match for Citadel, because we saw Winthrop lose to Maryville today, but the last time that Maryville and the Citadel, I should say, Ole Miss squad went up against each other, the last 2 times have been very Winthrop favored. So definitely think this is one that you can consider in a way a must-win for both teams.
Did get a word. We're just having some peripheral issues. We should be getting back into it now. And here we are. The lead-up is finally paid off. And as we get into it now, it'll be same-side starts for both Griffin and Bio.
Each making their way up towards that top side. Again, Rumble getting through. We'll say that Rumble, a pick that really hasn't been prioritized by AMI. They have no plays on it, but DFT definitely helped the champion, as that rune was made for champions with burns. And Rumble has multiple burns.
Very true. I've been appreciating it. It's also been funny to see some players get used to it, right? Especially trading under turrets, because you got to realize that now you just have an inherent burn and you can't get the trigger on the turret a little bit easier. But here specifically, I also want to give a little bit of spotlight to Griffin. It will be his first Skarner of the split. It's also a bit of a steal away from Bio, who does like the pick, and also going to need to be able to find some stability on his side of things. I know we were looking at that matchup as our face-to-face matchup, but I do wonder if he's going to be okay letting Bio get a little bit of the upper hand earlier on.
And definitely is one where, as Skarner, you can get tanky enough where Pantheon damage doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I think early on, if the Pantheon does find you, can be a little harmful. But at the moment,
have
more
you
curious.
Have you ever like touched a scorpion? Have you ever like?
I haven't.
Been
Have
around
you?
A scorpion?
I know you got a veterinarian background.
I have, but also the scariest moment is I went to go bale hay with a friend of mine who lived in the country, and he didn't tell me that at night a bunch of scorpions like take over his house. So I woke up with a scorpion on my pillow next to my face at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it was terrible, and they glow in the dark because they're like the yellow ones that glow. And so you just see these little like glow in the dark things. And I got up, screamed. I looked around. There was like 2 or 3 more spread throughout his living room, just like walking around. It was like one of the most terrifying, surreal things. I thought I was in a nightmare.
It sounds like an M. Night Shyamalan film.
I didn't get stung. That was good. Yeah, but scorpions are scary. Scorpions are scary.
TP back top. I will say that this matchup top, it's very volatile, just as Rumble wins hard early, and then as time goes on, the York can win. Flash for Flash traded.
Yeah, it gets him in between.
Okay.
As the Istall's impact was trying to be used as a defensive tool, but gets stopped in his tracks. Flash is going to be down for both. Flashes are really important for both of these guys.
Yeah, I'm curious if you can turn that into Raptors at all, Bio. As
looks like Bradley's going to keep him away.
And made a visit to punish Mid a bit, and Bradley going to harass him. Does at least get the double crab. So doesn't steal the camp away from the Skarner, but Bio does find a small win early in the jungle. As meanwhile, top kind of returned in this matchup. Rumble has a lot of positives in New York in the 1v1, just how he deals with the ghouls. But this is a matchup where once Rumble doesn't have kill threat on New York anymore, it very much slingshots back in New York's favor. So I think rushing the early defenses, trying to lean on the sustain you get from likely the lifesteal rune, as well as just the Q, the shovel on York, giving him health back, does need some time and levels. And do want to see if Arbrio is smart enough to try and space away from the Maiden a bit, because you want to split that up for how it deals with the Flame Spitters and the Harpoons later on. So some min-maxing for sure for the York, but again, I think that Rumble is very punishable in the side lane. York and Pantheon very much set up to do so, even if the matchup, especially in the early levels, is not York favored.
Keep a side eye on that as well, as we're getting our first roams, at least from Protoss, as it's going to be Dragon up in about 10 seconds. Would be a Hex Dragon to start us off. Decent solo buff there for that Dragon to get early on, as Stray and Arbrio going to go at it here, but it looks like both junglers going to be pathing away from that side of the map, so we might not be looking at early neutral objectives for either side. There's some pings coming down to the top side, but I do believe he was found out potentially. A lot of pings coming in from AMI saying, got to be a little careful, Arbrio.
Yeah, this is, I will say, a bit of a different approach coming out of Citadel, because I'm very used to seeing Stray just stranded in the top lane. He really usually is on the sack side of sack side duties when it comes to his play. But appreciate some of the early visits that we have seen from Griffin, and also appreciate Arbrio. Dropped 2 nice trinkets and has not burned his flash yet, despite multiple visits from the Skarner. And that, again, if you burn flash in this matchup, you are free cannon fodder for a Skarner with Impale and a Rumble with Equalizer and Ignite, by the way. So I know it's a lane deficit for Arbrio, and the lane didn't just get better because he didn't have to base and Stray has that wave pulled again, but the fact that he's alive, again, the ability to play multiple lanes and play sides with the Pantheon and the teleport advantage they have on York and as a team will lead to options for AMI later on.
They're going to find a play on Griffin now. Level 6s are getting closer and closer. Bio's like literally within an arm's length of it here. He might try to start the chickens to get that one. Griffin gonna contest him. Meanwhile, bot side, we're getting a potential all-in. Protoss is getting low. Keel thinking about going for the kill there as well. Both flashes still available. The cleanse will be burned by Array, and so will the heal by Keel. It does look like Bio was able to get that one. 6 going bot, double flash. Or at least the setup of all 4 summoner spells now burned from Array and Keel.
I would like to nitpick Bio's ultimate there and say that just should have been dropped at the edge of tower range. You don't want to be under tower, because if you land and you're guaranteed to know where you land, Nami can drop a bubble and you can get in a really bad scenario and Bio doesn't have flash. That should have been closer though, because I think that Array and Keel each getting out at low HP, Citadel's going to feel like that's a bit of a win after the trades that they just made. Really feel like there was an opportunity for Bio if that ult was placed a little bit better to break things open to the bot lane. But, as you called out, Mazel, all summoner spells now missing on the Citadel bot lane. And AMI in this early game, yes, the Rumble's up, but I think given the Rumble took Ignite and the lane is where it's at right now, that's more than understandable for Arbrio, especially given the Skarner pressure. So, I think in terms of getting this side laner online, Yorick's been delayed a bit, but he hasn't been taken out of the game. Very important given that it's a poke Varus, and really feel like Yorick is how AMI can try and break Citadel's comp later on.
And that's the biggest thing. Just keeping your head above water until you become strong enough to take it over. AMI, they're going to be spotted out on this play here. They were thinking about being a little bit cheesy. Keel's going to move over anyways. It's Baz who does have the Chains of Corruption now too. Two-shot barrage available for Array on the other side of things. Equalizer going to be used to try to clear some of this wave. He's going to try to kill the Maiden here. Should be able to run it down. It's going to be gone, and that is a big pushing power for Arbrio. Gone for the moment. Dragon is being pinged up by AMI, though. No focus on this side of the map by CTG, so they should be able to get the first neutral objective.
Mazel, I got to say, it's been nice today. We've seen some of our players be able to dodge some Mel Qs. I appreciate that change. It feels a little bit more dodgeable here for players. We saw Kim Down click out of one, saw Bradley click out of one. Nice to see the good clicks come through. Oh. Caster Curse?
Oh. Well, Bradley couldn't click out of that one. Another solo kill.
Sorry.
Retrozine goes down, or gets the kill at least, onto Bradley, and that'll be first blood for AMI and first Dragon.
Denying these grubs away from the Yorick, I think is going to be nice, but I'll take a mid-kill on a Dragon if I'm AMI. Don't think that Bio is going to be able to drop the ultimate, and don't think that Retrozing is going to walk up, but another laning mistake from Bradley. As I know that stepping back in the mid lane for him, he definitely, Bradley's got a lot of skill. Bradley is the best player that I've ever gone up against as a coach. He really is. But sometimes when you're switching lanes, you don't quite have the time to practice all the matchups. Hence why I think this change being made late in the season can be dangerous. You have seen Bradley, I think, get solo killed a couple times in lane, and that is a well-placed W. That charm was so good, he just charmed himself.
Yeah. He got baited there a little bit. Retrozing was waiting for it, it felt like. This time the charm won't get turned back because it won't be Retrozing in front of him. He will get a nice health chunk out of Bio, who's looking for the reset now. Oh, he gets stopped again. Okay, Bradley feeling spicy now, trying to get these stops on the Bio continuously. Still needs to be careful though. Retrozing, another matchup we were talking about here, can be very influential with this comp. You talk about all the things that you can block, all the engage that you can potentially turn back on itself. He's going to have a leading hand here as he's got a small lead.
If Mel gets ahead too, the amount of damage that Mel can do, I know Mel's had a lot of changes. She still does ridiculous damage if ahead. So definitely a champion that once to Snowball has the ability to with a stronger early lane phase than a lot of other mids, and one that Retrozing is up on so far with DFT again, trying to take advantage of the multiple ways to apply it with the Q. So
yeah, and I'm always about new talent taking on old talent, and obviously Bradley's still making some waves and switching around, trying to figure out what fits him best. He's a guy we know very well, the 2-change champion from all time back, but it's nice to see Retrozing show him what for, if you will.
Flash out of Stray. As again, the first 2 Bio ultimates have led to 3 flashes, but no blood.
And that's, something to write home about. at least. We also got those first items completion, but we're also going to take a stop in the 2v2 on the top side. Equalizer set up at the installs impact. It's Skewer City for CTG as they take down one, and they're looking to take down Bio 2. Go ahead and make it a 2-for-1 there. Double kill for Griffin.
I mean, that's just a great read coming out of Griffin and Citadel, as that play could be there if the Skarner is not there. But I fear that Bio, after he flashed in, he might have woken up to a Skarner in a brush. Not quite a bed, but that was a scary Skarner, Mazel. And Griffin, again, alt angle from Stray, really nice. We saw a Skarner, the wallbang into the Impale. You keep people on the red carpet. Really no way for AMI to play out of that one, as they thought they had the Rumble in a checkmate scenario, but Griffin shows up, flips the checkmate scenario on its head, and they find the kill.
And now we have first items there. I mean, the Proto Bell harness was already made. Oh, Golden Eclipse from the skies. Retrozing getting a second solo dolo for AMI.
Wow, I mean, that time we tried to throw out the Orbit Deception, and, you know, to get the W out, and I think the damage helps make sure that went one way. So
Retrozing can't win here.
I just can't win against Mel's W, you know. You know, I had the privilege, shout out to TL for their video with Feroxon, really nice to meet him. Their 1v20, Redditors versus Ryder. And yeah, Mel was the most heated discussion. I don't know why. I don't have the same strong feelings about Mel.
I have strong feelings about Mel.
There are a lot of people that had strong feelings about the champion that I did not realize.
The champion
I have
is not
stronger
okay.
feelings about how she's handled.
The champion is not okay. All right?
Dude, that's my phrase.
I'm taking it.
I feel like the W and the R, you know, maybe we pull a Tom Kench and we flip that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying since she got released.
Maybe. That does make more intuitive sense to me.
One day we're gonna be vindicated when they say, "Oh, we're doing Tom Kench special to Mel." But right now, you got the pilot of Retrozing having a great time.
He's putting the zing in the newbie versus retro matchup, Mazel.
From Hotel Transylvania.
Oh, I can't go down that road with you. That's a movie on the watch list.
Wait, you haven't seen it?
I have not seen it. That's a movie on the watch list.
Oh my God, you're get me out, please. Get me out. I'm gonna crash out. Anyways, let's go and take a look at the precision replay.
Okay, we might have a dragon fight busting out.
By Phillips norelco, and it's the scorpion in the bush that ends up finding the difference.
Yeah, and the kebab was set up very nicely there. Because I feel like
one special.
Both champions were barbecued for the entire duration. They were well done by the end.
I'm sure the seasoning was just right. As Bio actually going to find an engage with the chain corruption. The Impale comes through. He's so tanky, though, as the Temper Fate tried to buy time, but Griffin is still alive, and that's something we noticed from the draft, that Skarner will be tanky enough to take the brute force engage of the singular engage of AMI, but it's still AMI that end up with the better health bars and are going to take a second dragon.
I know it's no blood, but I like the sequence for AMI. Keep in mind, guys, this is AMI playing for their NACL lives with promotion relegation. And I know that doesn't lead to any blood, but they did get Griffin low enough where he's forced out, and they get the dragon for free. And this is a comp looking at AMI. I think they do want to make sure this game is played a little bit quicker in their favor. We've seen a lot of teams try and play Yorick. I think that Yorick has more of a mid-game spike than a very late-game spike. And the late-game team fighting of Citadel is one that should be very strong. So I appreciate AMI playing hard for that dragon.
Trying to get the Orb Deception, clear the wave. He does. It's going to be the flash from Bio. They're going to try to follow it up. He's going to die. No, the heal came through. And that is another pick onto Bradley, who finds himself 0-3 to the opposing Retrozing KDA of 3-0.
Zing, zing, zing. You know? He's got 3 of them. I'm trying to get you out harder now after you said get me out after Hotel Transylvania. Trade on the top side of Citadel.
I haven't seen it.
We're going to have the 2 dragons be secured by AMI. The 2 Void-inspired creeps on the top side be secured by Citadel. And as we'll see what Griffin get.
That's the thing here, Cubby, is like AMI fighting back is awesome. They have some map control, but the thing that's been looming large is that we said from the beginning, CTG have a very stalwart team-based comp, especially once 3 items start coming through. They're going to feel a lot more confident to take these bigger fights.
I think the concern right now is that the gold's close, but RetroZing having this lead, if I'm AMI, I'm going to continue to try and play around this Mel. And I do want to give Bio and AMI credit, because I think that that has been the game plan. Also, if you're playing around Mel and drawing resources to where things are stronger, maybe you open things up a little bit for the Yorick, who... You know, Arbrio is going to have that TP advantage throughout the game. Stray did not opt for TP. That means that TP is on, I think it's a 2-minute cooldown difference between the top laners. Chance for more map mobility overall
and
from AMI.
Real quick, shout out to Griffin. He's on 2 item spike already, by the way. He went with the cheap items. Tempered Fate goes wide. Protoss dies to Array. But he's already got the Vandal Pipes. He's already got the Harness. Like, Skarner is feeling good right now, too.
He is... kind of a misplay there from Protoss, as we are going to see RetroZing get out. I think he's got to save the Q until he gets over the wall in that scenario. And oh boy, it's going to go from bad to worse.
He's going to try to take down Bio now. He does get the Rift Herald, but the Install's impact brings him outside the turret range. Griffin's still so damn tanky with a 2-item spike. And it's going to be True Shot Barrage going a little bit wide. Chains of Corruption, not enough to get Array down, but the Piercing Arrow is. Baz takes him out. Does get the kill on the Ezreal. Now is looking for more. TP coming in. That's going to be Arbrio trying to join this fight, trying to make something happen for AMI. But still, CTG moving away as the dust clears. A 2,000 gold lead for them.
Yeah, RetroZing fell off screen during that, by the way. So the fact that they got Array is nice, but a big win for Citadel as the Herald opens up that mid-outer turret. They get quality kills. Much needed for Citadel as they pick up some gold. And I think AMI, things, I don't want to say things fell apart there, but it didn't exactly know the direction that they were looking for. As it feels like after Protoss, who had a misplay, got caught out. Bio getting caught as well, kind of led from things going bad to worse. And then topside, we talked about trying to play around this Mel more. This is when, I mean, Mel's not played around in this aspect. And it looks like Stray just popped the Flash Ignite and not even the overheat, but found the kill.
It's just very interesting. Like, I still wonder how all these things keep happening. And I'm curious. Okay, now we're going to look at it here.
As we saw this Harpoon being sent back, but after this, okay, RetroZing steps back up.
He just steps too far forward.
No,
and
there's no reason. There's just no reason.
Yeah.
The wave's coming to you. You can chill there. You could even back off and threaten a TP, which, if you get Stray's TP in trade, you're trading up a cooldown of multiple minutes in your favor. So I think RetroZing maybe jump the gun there a little bit of that inexperience showing.
Ooh, he's going to find some experience on a Bradley here, though.
He's got
looking for the Golden Eclipse. Not going to have the damage just yet to finish him off. That the execute was looming there over the edge. Now, looking at the map state here, 30 seconds for that Dragon. Sole point for AMI. They've done a great job of stacking that neutral objective for themselves and can put some pressure on a CTG with it.
Control kind of split on the bot side here is the path to mid secured by Citadel. AMI playing the path to bot, which does get spotted. Nice blue ward there from Array. That's a lot of much needed info for Citadel, and now AMI. They're not connected with Baz, who might be under threat. I mean, Skarner and Nami have a lot of reach, and...
Oh, the flash play from Bio. Tempered Fate is going to connect on a Keel and kind of keep him alive for the moment. Now Bio and a twofer on a RetroZing.
Oh,
RetroZing
no.
get burned down. And guess who finds them again? It's Griffin with the tankiness, with the setup, and the crucial picks coming through for CTG.
I don't mind the idea from Bio. I like the fact that RetroZing sent back the tidal wave. It was a nice opener to the fight for AMI, but once RetroZing gets impaled, once Stray lands, by the way, off of another good TP and equalizer from him, this Rumble has been really impactful so far in this game, as it's been Citadel playing more towards the Rumble, towards the game that Stray wants to play, and we just have not seen this Yorick get going in the side lane whatsoever.
It's such a tough place to be in as well, and the lead starting to mount in favor of CTG. Again, a very, very important series for both teams, but AMI is live on the line. Going to have to go to that promo relegation tournament. They do lose here. While it's been on the breath's edge the entire time, right? Not a great season for AMI. The fact that they still have some control here feels good, but the early game went their way. They haven't been able to convert it so far.
It's 3K gold lead for AMI, or Citadel, I should say, starting the show in the inventories. I think Ezreal versus Varus, I always kind of boil this matchup down to once it gets to 3 items, Ezreal's definitely favored from then on out. We have Array with a 1k gold lead getting close to 3 items. Bradley has kind of bounced back against RetroZing, who walked out of that lane with a lead, Mazel, but it's been 2 moments that he's going to want back. Getting
Still has a
impaled
big
and then
lead.
Getting burned down in the top side. As I mean, real positive for Citadel. The fact that Stray and Griffin are doing this. Again, I really feel like Stray is a role player within this team. That's been his role since he really walked into the top lane on this roster. And for them to play around his Rumble, take that Ignite. And Stray's played out this game very well. I want to see that continue. I mean, the first few equalizers that have been dropped have been outstanding coming out from Stray. So
yeah,
hopefully that can keep up, as that's been the big difference maker in terms of Citadel having a lead. He's participated in 5 kills, and those red carpets dropped have been outstanding.
Yeah, they truly have. Just missing the glitz and glam around them, apparently. 3 items are right around the corner, especially for Array, when the Ezreal really comes online. And I think those 3 item spikes couldn't come sooner enough for AMI. They're still looking for the side lane pushes. They're going to get resets out now as well. Still a while till the next dragon. They were stopped in their stacking, but the hope still relying on some of these pick potentials that they do have with the combination of CC that they have in Bio, RetroZing, and Vaz 2. I don't expect them to be too proactive with CTG kind of ruling the map with an iron fist. Playing mid lane, pings. Oh my god, there's so many pings. He's going to flash away. RetroZing feeling himself here. He's going to find what he was looking for. Flash to get burned by Keel and the tidal wave. That was a little bit of a weird one. There's still movement from AMI around here. They're trying to collapse all 5 members around. Arbrio was thinking about moving over. We'll just go back to the side lane where he belongs. And it's going to be a calming of the storm now. With still some readaptation in the mid lane. Trying to figure out where these lane assignments are going for AMI.
It's got to feel bad to be Mother Nature and create a wave that no one wants to surf.
There are many of those that happen every moment.
Sadly, yes. Some that we never know about.
Yeah,
we didn't know about that
for
one,
the
though.
ocean, for Mother Nature. Man.
That one was
pouring out.
Let's take a moment for Mother Nature. As we,
I think there's a lot of things that Mother Nature's sad about right now in terms of our influence. But besides that, take a moment for the waves.
I think gamers do need a few more moments actually to get involved with Mother Nature.
Yeah, for sure.
Next tidal wave from Keel is going to be better, as it's going to be important. Next dragon coming up, another soul point available for AMI, and looks like both of our teams starting to center their attention around this dragon. I think big, if I could circle something on your UI right now, it would be Stray's TP timer. Again, not opting for TP means that your empowered TP is on a higher cooldown. TP to the last dragon, that's not available for this dragon coming up. So if they can find Stray, or if they can create pressure and drop it or get Yorick something where AMI has more tools on the map, with RetroZing having a TP, a Grand Starfall available from Bio, good teams are able to manufacture this into plays. AMI, they've had the entire split. They have a double global advantage between the Pantheon and the TP on Yorick. And Baz is getting pressured, as they're kind of stuck on top side, wasting some time here.
Bradley going for the point-blank charm. Baz, you're going to be able to flash away from that one.
Now we're saving.
Tidal wave coming in as well. That wave, Bio will ride, and maybe just to his death. That's going to be the turret down. 5-member strong CTG walking away. They found the pick. A couple flashes burned as well. And Griffin holding around. The thing is, Griffin's on 3 items, by the way. Results-based analysis, don't care that they're cheap. He has unending despair now, too. Trying to go for the impale combo. Doesn't end up finding RetroZing, who will make it out alive for now. Griffin was still hunting, though, and they'll move back down to the bot side, probably go ahead and take this dragon as well.
That last sequence from AMI, I think they put too many resources into trying to protect the top lane. That's one where if you do want to play for that dragon or play away from it, actually commit to playing away from it. And if so, they did so a wave too early, because Baz didn't have enough help to try and clear out that mid lane. And Yorick was also stuck bot. That's one where I think that if you send the Mel bot and the Yorick top, you can threaten more so on the Yorick side of the matchup, and also bring Mel in potentially a little bit closer to help with the wave clear. Instead of having Mel take the wave that would have been an enemy top outer turret, puts you really far away from interacting with that mid lane unless you burn a TP. So Grand Starfall and Mel TP burned, which now puts the global advantage back into Citadel's favor, who also got the dragon and won out on the play. So I think that's a sequence that AMI is going to really want back, just not really managing their tools on the map as well as they could have, as they had an advantageous position there.
You have Retrozing on 3 items now. Zanya's completed there, so some survivability for him as well. But things are starting to look a little dim for AMI in game number 1. That scaling comp is truly coming online for CTG, and I just struggle to see how AMI can find consistent fights if they are going into 5-on-5s. Picks, that's a different conversation, but for now, that is the big focus. And it's going to be a little bit of a soft state for CTG right now. They were kind of flexing their muscles here, but now they're just trying to recoup some of the standing gold on their side of the map, since that is a luxury they can afford here.
Wonder if Citadel can afford the luxury of pulling a Baron. They have Nami sustain. They don't, like, Griffin can tank it up. And I feel like bringing AMI to you, or to get the York teleport out, could be a really good angle for Citadel to then speed up the game back in their favor.
Okay, Impale coming in. SCC at the same time, but the shield is enough. The Tempered Fate buying more time for AMI. They're going to move Retrozing over. Bio's in some trouble now. Bio going down to Griffin on a killing spree now. Equalizer coming across, slowing everybody down. Griffin once more. Griffin's so tanky. Griffin is flexing his Scarter muscles here. Golden Eclipse, not enough, as that will be just a dull yellow here for AMI, and CTG representing strong in the mid lane. There's pings coming to the Baron right now.
I mean, Bio's dead. 30 seconds. Another great ult by Stray. Dropping that on the Magical Journey exit. I mean, that caught everyone, slowed him down, and really enabled Griffin to threaten more. As Griffin gonna at least threaten this bot crab. Nice. I mean, Stray's rotating.
Yeah, I mean, if he went the long way, I think they might have an angle there, but they just want to back off.
Escape.
Be a little bit more reserved here with the lead that they do have.
It's been kind of interesting seeing, I think Citadel, when they were grouping up, in a few moments where they played really hard or reached for extra plays that really haven't been there. This is a team that I feel like at times when they don't get the big early game lead, they play mid game a little bit too fast. It hasn't been punished by AMI this time around. But something I'm looking out for, just, you know, as this team competing in some big matches and trying to make sure that they don't fall into the promotion relegation zone as a series lost to AMI. Again, they would be tied at 2 series with Dorado and AMI, teams that they have both lost to, which would not be good for the head-to-head and make that match against Winthrop all the more important.
Yeah.
Whereas a win here and takes any and all odds of being a promotion relegation out, as it would secure AMI's spot there.
So we'll keep mentioning how important of a series this is for both teams in reality of things, as unfortunately AMI don't have access to their red side any longer. That'll be fully taken away by CTG, and now more pings onto the Baron.
And we were talking about kebabs and barbecue, and now we just got to spend a little bit too much time talking about the steaks, Mazel.
True, we're just having a barbecue day here. Are we just hungry, or
is
it based, or are we cooking? Haha.
I am hungry. We gotta pause that for after today. Citadel on the Baron. And we're not exactly in shape to contest this as AMI. Blue Trinket came through, spotted it. TP coming in. Bio ults.
Oh, Tempered Fate goes a little bit wide there. Grand Starfall coming in. He goes straight into the CC chaining, though. They're jumping straight onto Bradley, but he's still out of there. The Spear Rush buys him time. Bio burning. True Shot Barrage from afar. Array will make his name known here in this game. And they could turn over. They're going to actually start it up again.
I think turn again's a little dangerous. The only ult you have is Griffin, and he's flashless. So signing up to be in the pit against Varus Bard could be a bit dangerous, but this is falling fast. I think AMI are late to respond.
Big tidal wave across, though. Arbrio taking tons of damage. The bubbles. Keel is landing everything, and Griffin goes in for the Impale, but here comes Stray with the flash plays, the Flame Spitters, burning everybody down. He's on a killing spree now, and AMI forced to slink away with their tail between their legs.
I do think that could have been a decent scenario for AMI in a couple different aspects, but they were late to respond to both Baron pulls. And now they're going to get chased down by Ezreal and Skarner.
Action Jackson, he wants it. He's getting the arcane shift back with all these mystic shots coming through. He is chasing him down. He's gonna try to find the mystic shot. They're also getting retro zing down. Look at Griffin. He is unstoppable. True Shot Brush came up again. Action Jackson with 2 kills in a row with his ultimate. What an insane series of plays for CTG.
I mean, the Baron pull, again, I think that Bio, he kind of is forced to ult at the time because Baron was going down. But I'm just curious if he could have stalled a second or 2 longer to get in better shape or make sure his team was there. Because you're going to telegraph where you go as Pantheon. Really easy for champions like Skarner, Ahri, and Nami to set up for that. As again, when this drops, Keel preps the bubble. It's a charm. It ends up, I think Bio does a decent job of trying to escape. Another great equalizer. They get the jungler, which means that you can pull Baron again. And then from here, I thought AMI were late to respond again. Baron should have gotten to 7k without Varus or Mel throwing multiple rounds of cooldowns out. And I think Retro Zing went to the mid wave a little bit too quickly instead of staying around the objective, which would have been worse conditions for Citadel. But the fact that neither of those things happen, we talked about the Baron pull for Citadel being a tanky Skarner. Nami can support with the heals as well, and good damage. So that all ends up coming through, and as we return to live, Citadel is pulling the Baron yet again.
Round 2, fight. I think they're going to get it this time. Bio's trying to get in. Oh, Temper Fake going to buy them time. CTG feeling a little bit antsy here. Charm connects, though, onto Bio. Bio's going to shield up here. Tidal Wave connects. Another True Shot Barrage rings across the bow, and it's looking like a huge barrage of fire from CTG. Array goes on a rampage, getting another kill on a Retro Zing now, too. And this Ezreal seems to be pretty darn good, doesn't it? It's going to be a first pick Ezreal that's coming at aces. A double kill for Array.
And that's going to be the game. Citadel, they pull Baron once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. I lost count. But it was enough to bait AMI in. And for Citadel to clean up this game as they really were able to create a lot of team fight scenarios. This Yorick never got online. The side laning never got online as the grubs were taken by Citadel. With a lack of pressure for AMI, the team fight comp for Citadel, it excelled.
They don't even need the Baron to finish the game. Nexus turrets are falling. The structures are bare, and Nexus is open. Game number 1, a resounding victory for CTG as they put the cherry on top and go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
One step closer to making sure that we are not associating promotion relegation with this team at all moving forward. Which, kudos to them. Not a world that we thought we were going to be in after they made the swaps the week before they took a week off of NACL. That led to 2 serious losses that were not pretty. But hey, they dug deep. They found the big upset win over NRG. And now if they get the solid win over AMI, that's going to make sure that they're not in the conversation for promotion relegation, whereas AMI now have to win back-to-back games to not end up in that same tournament.
It's a tough position to be in, but you got to get that mental reset going ready for game number 2. We're going to get ready for that game number 2 as well as we take a little break here, but we'll be right back with CTG versus AMI.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. 2 different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is in the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni.
Perks. Or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
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 Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Trim. Edge. Shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back to NACL, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. As I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby and CTG. Strike hard, they strike fast in a comp that was unkillable, it seemed, in game number 1, as they took that one over AMI, and now we're cresting over into game number 2.
Well, the Skarner was certainly pretty unkillable there from Griffin.
Yeah.
I feel like that's fitting, but yeah, I just didn't feel like AMI got the comp online. And if I had to circle something on the graph, it would be 3 grubs that you don't see on here, but it would be Yorick damage. Because the Yorick versus Rumble matchup, again, that's one where, in isolation, I think Rumble has a lot of positive interactions into Yorick, especially early on. We saw Stray take the Ignite. We saw Griffin pay some early attention up there and visit. Help set Yorick behind. Yorick was never able to get into the game and function. I think there were a couple sequences where AMI played with more global tools on the map that they didn't play well enough to find advantages in the Citadel. The Citadel got ahead and were able to force team fights and play well. So, going to be game 2 draft, hopefully getting into things soon, as we're going to keep the ball rolling here on NACL. We're going to see if we have an early weekend, Mazel, with an AMI guaranteed to be in a promotion relegation with a Citadel win in this game, and a Citadel out of the promotion relegation slot. Or if we get a little bit delayed to the weekend here, Mazel, and maybe get some game 3 intrigue if AMI can put together a better game 2.
Hey, we had our first full series day yesterday. We'll see if we can replicate a little bit of that at least. But here we're waiting for those first bans coming through. Some big picks off the table, right? Like the Rumble, things along those lines not going to be available. The Ezreal's gone, so the bot lanes could be looking a little bit more spicy, at least in terms of the duos that we're going to be getting. I know Bard has been super big in the meta as well. But looking at like the comfort picks for both sides, I do expect a little bit more spice in a game 2 for sure.
Oh, we got a burrito there for Bradley? I wonder if he's got the
Burrito
Fiji
gaming.
I wonder if he's got the Fiji Chipotle tech, you know? I feel like that is just the move.
Is it?
Yeah, well, Fiji has been very public about his Chipotle order.
He has.
Being double protein plus guac, which kind of defeats the purpose of Chipotle for me, which is a lot of food for not a lot of money.
Yeah,
if you go for the double protein and the guac,
did you
I
hear?
need like what do you got?
The CEO started talking about how like, oh, you could feel okay to ask for more meat and stuff.
Do not. Okay,
dude, he's opening the door, bro.
I had free chips and guac in the app because yes, I'm that loyal to Chipotle, and I only could get it from an online order, so I ordered for pickup, and I swear to God, the bowl was like half the size that I'm used to. I opened it up and was actually angry. I got more food on the night. I never need more food on the Chipotle night. I really don't. Except for that time.
Taco Bell for yourself. But so we are into the.
I'm ordering in person. No more pickup. In person.
Yeah. And then yell at them. Don't do that.
No. I'm very nice to service workers. That is the biggest ick that anyone can give me. If you're not nice to service workers, not interested in you.
Now we do get to the service workers. At least of this game.
Karma would be a service worker.
Karma is a service worker. There is the Orianna, though. I think this is a big ticket for me for AMI. It's a very strong pick right now in the meta itself. You can build a comp around it. They did ban away the Nocturne themselves, so we're not going to have that combo. They weren't super confident in that, but they are going to have some fighting strength because, boy howdy, Xin Zhao and Karma, terrifying duo once it gets out on the map. The Trundle will be the answer for Bio.
Really want an Enchantress to empower the Trundle a bit. I think Trundle and the ability to interact with Enchantresses, kind of like tanks plus Enchantresses, get more mileage out of the heals and shields. And Trundle zapping your resistances definitely applies to him. But yeah, not the best Orianna combo. I like the Karma Xin Zhao response because I really feel like while Orianna is a power pick, you remove one of the better duos with Orianna in the Xin Zhao. And then the Xin Karma. That's just a really good start to the draft here for Citadel, as a Senna is taken. We've seen Marksman Senna make a slight return. This is a really big buff for the front line of AMI. But I think if I'm in Citadel shoes now, I want to try and take things that can overwhelm Senna. Which, yeah, and the Smolder matchup for me, it's one where each, opponent kind of gets stacks and gets to scale. I think that Smolder has to hit that mid-game spike, though, really hard if it is Marksman Senna. Because Senna can kind of slingshot back into the late game if given too many souls. Puts a lot of priority, though, on the Nautilus. So, like the not ban a lot from Citadel, is they're going to try and protect that Smolder. And what we expect to be Smolder bot with a Karma. And that is a lane that can get blown up by AMI.
I could see it. I could see it for sure. But name of the game is the weapons race here so far in the first trio, as double stacking bot lanes and a lot of damage in the later parts of the game as well. I do wonder if there's going to be any avenues in the early game for either team as we go into the second phase. As we do get the Nautilus banned by CTG, we also get the Akali banned by AMI towards Bradley. And Stray.
Kind of curious what the Senna pairing is going to be here. Because I think the default for like old LCK Challengers League was you throw in the Braum. And the last thing I want to play into Smolder Karma is Braum. As someone that was the #1 Braum in A. So we're going to have to see what we can dig deep here for AMI to find. We have seen some support Senna also be played and piloted. So I think that in the new patch and the changes being made, carry Senna much better. But with those engaged supports being taken away, and a potential Jhin Senna angle on my screen, curious if that ends up being the choice for AMI.
Some particular bands, the Azir, are going to come through for Bradley. So we're going to see that one that come out. Really stable combo with the Xin Zhao from mid lane as well. A lot of push and move power there too.
Yeah.
And now we get to see what the counter pick is going to be for CTG and what the double up is going to be for AMI. Trying to figure out what that bot lane is and what the top lane matchup is going to be like, at least blinding it.
Mobility for both carries against Pillar 2 going to be really nice for Citadel. So I think between that and Karma, sitting pretty. This is not the Enchantress that I was really hoping for Trundle. I think Trundle is a champion that can be really empowered when he's able to play frontline. But going into Karma, Smolder, Azir, I know the matchup in the Xin Zhao is good, but that's a game that Trundle's going to struggle in. He doesn't have a tank to really zap resistances from yet, and he's going to get stymied really hard in the front line. So, well, this would be a choice.
Yeah. Okay. Rakan going to be paired up with the Senna, and we get the Arbrio Jax. They wanted to save it for game 2. That's why they banned it.
I don't think they want to take a straight tank for Citadel, but I really like where Citadel's sitting in this draft. I don't see a ton of ways where AMI gets to play their way out of this the way they really want to. Are we going to see GP? Okay, we're going to see Gragas. That makes a lot more sense to me. Mobility against Pillar for Azir, Smolder, and Gragas. I think Gragas' ability to kind of hold the line here, stymie Jax, is all Citadel needs, because the draft for Citadel, I mean, if Smolder can't be directly attacked, which I think is kind of hard for the Senna plus Rakan to do, especially into a Karma. Move speed buffs, so the Q slows are going to help you with lane dominance, help you try and buy space away from those quickness grand entrances. I didn't really see the angles that I was seeing for AMI. Again, I think that when I see Trundle, I really want to go for something like a Yunara Lulu bot lane, where the Lulu being able to empower Trundle can be really valuable later on. I know it's not target #1, but again, playing with an Enchantress that can kind of empower Trundle, I think that if he's a champion for me when bot lane, when you're versus an Enchantress, Trundle goes down value. When you're with an Enchantress, you go up value. And if it's just engagers, then he's probably pretty happy chomping on the front lines. But Karma's not a champion that Trundle wants to see on the enemy team in his game. He wants Karma on his team. So Orianna's going to do her best to try and speed up this Trundle. But again, I think that some of the potential power that we could be seeing kind of missing. And Citadel has a lot of ways to play out of what for me the basic teamfight combo will be for AMI, which is Pillar into Shockwave. But when the carries have their own ways to play out of that, I think that this is a draft that I see a very uphill battle for AMI in this one.
Well, we'll see how it all pans out. It is game number 2 of the series, and AMI's promo relegation on the line here if they do lose this one. Or we can maybe see a continuation of the series going all the way to 3. CTG versus AMI game 2 starting now. They're going to get same side starts for both junglers. And
it's a
I'm just going to say,
on both ADs.
I kind of like it. I like the Deathfire on the Senna. Get a lot of poke in.
You do? This is something where I know Smolder's been really kind of repopularized already with DFT just being back. And Smolder, a champion that really abuses this rune. And Senna with the range, going to try and do so as well. But again, early lane phase, Rakan struggles into Enchantresses. And Senna going to be forced off. So Smolder has a pretty happy early lane phase. And it's something where Smolder as a champion and Array as a player, usually their comfort zone, where they can get into the fights and make sure that things go their way.
He's already showing off on the Ezreal. We're going to be on another ability-based champion here. With those talks of the jungle that I was mentioning earlier, I just want to highlight, like, I've really appreciated Trundle's kind of come up in the meta. I just find that people don't respect his fighting power early on. I mean, they've started to, then it's getting played a little bit more, but that's always something I look for when we see Trundles is, are you going to try to put yourself in a position to take advantage of that strength early?
Oh yeah, I mean, level 3, you're stealing stats away from Xin Zhao. You're a big boy in the jungle. I think that with the bot lane priority of the Karma plus the Smolder, that's just not an option this game.
Yeah.
Or Bio. And again, this Gragas-Jax matchup, Stray wants to keep that wave as close to his tower as possible. He wants to really force and threaten Jax to overextend for creeps and try and get the freeze off. So we will see if that is... I think that Trundle, like, the only place to visit is really going to be mid. And again, against Azir, just nice little E-dash. Not hard.
Not hard or not easy, Cubby?
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. So I feel like not hard is closer to glass half full.
Okay.
Even though it should be, you know, purely this is doable or playable.
Yes,
you know?
that's
the true positive self-talk that we want to have and encourage.
We do, I'm seeing the Storm Raiders top side for Stray. Barriers coming out. It's going to be Array down the barrier, Keel down this heel. Does he get it? He wants it. He's thinking about it. He's not going to go for it. Just going to initiate the back and should
they're going to go for Baz
for now.
Baz
he's stuck around. You got to get the push in now, though.
This is, I mean, it's Senna. You have no wave clear.
Can't really do much. Who's tanking it, though? Keel maybe taking the extra shotgun to flash away. He'll be fine. First blood, CTG.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you don't have Senna with some of the better pairings, which I find to be Nautilus, can run into some difficulties. I feel like Rakan was a self-counter pick coming out here. And Citadel taking advantage of, I think, some of the positives that they have in draft. Definitely saw some of the positives from their play as well in that game 1. And Citadel, so far, haven't been really threatened in terms of what this match could be. Because, again, this is a very important match for teams that are looking at promotion relegation. With AMI, a loss here locks them in.
Supportal combat.
Loss for Citadel would tie them with 2 teams that they lose the tiebreaker to in the head-to-head. So that would also currently have them positioned in promotion relegation.
They
were to drop the series.
Bradley surrounded by 3, but he saves the flash. Calm, cool, and collected is Bradley in the mid lane for CTG. Gank goes awry for AMI.
Yeah, did get his flash. So nice positioning there by Protoss to be behind him. Make sure that he cannot E-dash away. But that's a lot of XP that was soaked. by the group.
Meanwhile,
Breaking out
Protos almost
dead.
dying. Bradley comes over, gets a little bit of redeeming play as Bio chomps down onto Griffin, but that's the Emperor's Divide now used. Counter Shockwave is there. Double kill for Bradley, but RetroZing ends up taking him down as well. Keel can't do much to follow through, and RetroZing gets his kill back.
2 for 2 and a trade up in Summoner Spells overall. I think that's going to be okay for AMI, especially with RetroZing being able to stay on the map. Bradley already burned his TPs, so we'll lose the wave, and we'll be deployed over the Orianna. Small win for AMI, and a good find enforced by Bio, who I think you smartly highlighted, Lennon. Trundle finding some of these early fights with the PTA. Bio, I didn't see exactly how that one broke out, but was able to get involved and make sure that Griffin fell.
I think that chomp with the PTA did so much damage on the Griffin there. Let's see if that continues to be the case. Again, another game where we're a little bit delayed on the objectives. Baz is going to be worse for wear in the lane, so this maybe means that CTG will be able to strike first with the Dragon, as Ocean Dragon has been on the board for a little while, and the Grub's not coming up for a bit. This push could mean benefits for CTG.
Yeah, again, it's double pepper disadvantage down there in the bot side. Smolder and Karma having the early advantage.
Again, this hurts so much, man.
They do. This is where the Nautilus can be really big, though, just trying to break the formation, and where Rakan really fails. So, I feel like the bot lane we drafted again. We'll see what Senna and Rakan can do later on. I think Rakan piggybacks off of Trundle and Jax to get in the back line. I mean, it could be some big engages, and does give you a target to put the Shockwave on, which we were saying in draft, the fact that Trundle was there instead of something like Xin or Nocturne was something that was missing a little bit for the Orianna. So, potential in the group to make a big impact, but again, that lane, didn't expect it to go well for AMI. Definitely not going well as Citadel's playing it well in the bot side, and that has led to a small lead for the bot lane and the first Dragon of the game being taken for Citadel.
A small little incremental gold lead, as Stray will just be annoying to Arbrio as he stops his back there. He's going to try to finish that one a little bit more safely in his tri-bush. For this move, though, Bio going in for an invade. He had already been around there. He had taken that blue buff. Was able to get a little bit of camp back in his favor. And now RetroZing has push in mid lane, so he's going to get a plate for himself. Nice little hover shadow by Bio.
You know, I will say Grubs for a Jax team, Mazel, could be really nice as Arbrio's getting out of base. Good E and sidestep of both forms of crowd control. Coming out from AMI for Array. But curious what happens with the Grubs here. I think giving Jax Grubs can be really valuable. Also denying from Azir. And how many LPL games have we seen of Azir getting Grubs and really cracking open the map faster than what opponents want to do? I think there
Is it what an AP attack speed carry can do?
Yeah. So I kind of want to see a focus on Grubs here. I would love to see if Protoss walks up. Again, this lane's not going their way. Rakan has the ability to move and have a bit of an impact. And I know that you don't want to completely jail your Senna, but if Protoss is able to get up here, he doesn't have 6, but might be able to just be a body or net the Grubs, which can be really nice for the Jax.
Yeah, it definitely can be. I think there's some tools of the trade there for sure. And it can be why they grabbed this Rakan, just to have that go-between of some potential engage, but also some peelability there too. It does look like AMI is going to be putting resources up towards this top side and starting up the Grubs with Bio.
Meanwhile, bot. Good sidestep by Protoss, but Griffin's here. Not able to connect the first Wind Becomes Lightning. Will be enough to force AMI off the bot lane, so more advantage for the Smolder and the Karma. And with Griffin showing bot, again, those 3 Grubs do go over to the side of AMI and Jax. So I think that they're, as the game goes on, you know, Gragas is a neutralizing pick against the Jax. So you're taking Gragas to try and keep Jax in check and be a bigger team fight impact. But if the game goes late, the ability for Jax to side lane, he's going to, now with the 3 Grubs, accelerated ability to get more resources if the Gragas does decide to leave early.
Yeah.
And also have a scenario where, you know, late game, Jax can't be stopped by Gragas, no matter what. Jax just kind of hits critical mass, and Grubs can make a difference there. So I think Grubs missing for the Yorick last game was a big oopsie from AMI that hurt them throughout the game. Kind of fixed that in this one by securing the 3 Grubs for themselves.
Very true. See how that pans out in the long run of things here. The next item on the checklist here, Cubby, is we did get like a 930 Gnasher's Tooth for Bradley. And we will end up getting kind of the trades back with the items being completed on the other side. More importantly, Bio now with the Trinity Force, so even stronger on the skirmish power there.
It's, you know, 2 kills being put into good use early on. That's going to be a scary Azir. Want to see if Citadel... We've seen a lot of Azir Orianna throughout the years, Mazel. Talking about Flash and those Flash timers between those 2 champions, always a big one. Would love to see Citadel kind of get involved, take advantage of the fact they have the Gnasher's Tooth already on Azir, and try and get conditions in his favor. Because if Bradley has conditions in Azir's favor, he can make things happen in the matchup.
Be playing pretty safe now. I still think that Orianna is so... I mean, you see her like banned away, I feel like, most of the time.
So, interesting discussion here. It is, again, the highest presence and most banned champion in NACL this split. That said, it is 2-9 in the games we've actually seen it.
Feels bad, man.
It does. I do think that this is... I mean, sometimes games get sloppier. In Tier 2, you're not mobile as the Orianna. And I think at times we've seen a couple players go for builds that aren't there in this game. I do think that Luden's this game is okay. You're going up against majority squishies. It's really important that you can try and connect on that backline. As we do see Crescent Guard pop by Griffin, knocks Bio away. For this next Dragon, that's 1 big cooldown down.
Dragon spotted. They want to go aggress onto this here. They will have some push now coming through for them as they've reassigned to that bot lane. Griffin is around. The pillar's going to hit. Griffin just goes for the engage now. He doesn't have the Crescent Guard. He's just going to get bursted down. Mom calls right before Mother's Day. Is it going to be enough? Array tries to get the kill. Flash forward. Array's going to get 1. RetroZing is here, shielding up and getting the speed up for Protoss. And now that will end up being a trade of the junglers and maybe even more. Okay, they won't have the damage to follow through on a kill.
I want to say Bio greeted his Subjugate in that fight. I think that he should cast this thing right away on Griffin once he's knocked up. If we do get a replay of this, which we do, shout out to our team behind the scenes, watch the Subjugate cooldown and try and look for the animation, because I know the bot screen can be delayed a little bit. I think he needs to cast it now. Yeah. We don't see it until it takes a lot of damage. It gets cast now. I think that's the difference between Bio living or not.
It has some decent range.
Well, I mean, it's the Smolder. He could have had the extra resistances for maybe a Smolder WQ in there. Whereas he didn't have that option. And I think that's the difference of him falling, and honestly the difference of that the Dragon going the way of AMI. If Bio lives, they walk out with a kill. That's a jungler down, a jungler up. That Dragon's going over to the jungler that was up. Instead, it's Bradley TPing bot to get involved. He gets first brick in favor of Citadel. No Dragons taken for AMI. And AMI is in the hole pretty bad early.
Yeah, I mean, 3,000 gold seemingly out of nowhere. Yes, a couple kills. Yes, a couple fights. But my God, that's a massive lead for just those little scuffles that are going on. And that is the proponent of Bradley being able to push down an almost 2,000 individual gold lead for Array, who is at 120 stacks 14 minutes in.
Yeah, and I might be a little bit hard on Bio, but I don't think that's a nitpick. I think that's a pretty reasonable one. Because, again, you have to live there as Trundle, and that's a winning play onto Griffin. You just got his flash, his Crescent Guard. It was down, right? And you pillared him off.
Yeah, it was down.
I really feel like that's one where you just take the win, pop the Subjugate, make sure you're as strong as possible for that fight that's going to break out. Go from there. Greeting that ability, that was the difference between a Dragon or not. And what Citadel's doing from there is a lot.
Oh my God! Queued up the 3-talent strike for the wham bam, and RetroZing, he's now potentially dying to the poke of Keel. The root's gonna hit, and it's just gonna be one little more poke from Keel to get the kill. RetroZing falling under his tier 2 tower and burning the flash.
Well, from bad to worse to worse. As good attempt on the shockwave.
Worst to worst to worst?
Bratwurst somewhere in there. Turn into the globs.
Okay. Well, yeah, we got to keep the theme going. Keel's rutted for his life right now. He actually gets the slowdown. No way he gets out of this one. Pillar coming up. It's going to slow him down. Okay, he's going to get knocked up, and Bio's coming over to give him a big old chomp to the dome. Oh, Proto's getting the shutdown. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I think Proto, we haven't talked about Protoss yet. He won the Electrocute, has a Dark Seal, and might be going for that sneaky Cosmic Drive in there. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that's enough to do the Dragon. As there is no Keel, I think that Bio pulling it's good. As Trundle can kind of sustain through this, and maybe they can bait in a fight. RetroZing has Shockwave coming up. No Karma's good. Citadel electing not to play this. Instead, see if they can cut Senna off on the way to help out. As not going to walk down, and that Dragon will go over to AMI. So it took a while to get Keel, but they were able to turn that into a kill and a Dragon.
Just the mechanical play down there in the bot side too, pretty impressive. But I do like that return for AMI, just taking advantage of the pressure sink on that bot side. Rift Herald was available, is started up. CTG seemed to be the one that will be putting up the auctioneer sign to be taking this one. Although Bio's around, he does have the item of the Trinity Force, gives him a ton of skirmish power, and he'll move in to take CTG's place. That's going to be a lot of members of CTG now prepped and ready to go for a fight. As they're going to try to go on a Protoss, they're going to actually now get the Wind Becomes Lightning on the Bio. Control Ward won't be for long, and Rift Herald, because of the chaos, will reset, and it won't be either teams for now.
I think that's okay for AMI. I do think that time is kind of their friend. I know they're going up against a Smolder who has opted for the Black Cleaver. So, curious if that's going to be doubled up on by Griffin. As we've seen some of this build coming through, just stacking ability haste.
It's so disgusting, bro.
It does a lot. And it scales pretty nicely. Which you don't exactly expect to think with Black Cleaver, but with Smolder's ability to apply it as the game goes on, it's pretty nice. I think Griffin's also going to go for Black Cleaver, which we want to really nitpick. Opportunity to knock the double Black Cleaver there.
Oh. Okay, Mom comes to save the day. Just like she always does.
Your Mother's Day reference was good, by the way. I appreciate that. Maybe that's why Ray's playing Smolder.
Shout out to the moms.
Yeah. We wouldn't be here without them.
Mother's Day. True. AMI might be wishing to not be here anymore, although Bradley is going to be forced to use Emperor's Divide onto Bio. Bio is going to flash over the wall there, but he'll be fine with the shifting sands out. Really nice utilization to get that corner, be able to move that far away. And almost engaged there. A couple ultimates burn.
Yeah, small thing. I actually like the discipline from Stray. He didn't pop that TP. He did go to base, though, so he could have bought and been strong for the fight. But again, blowing that teleport against Jax, I think that he really understands his job or role. Again, you were there to neutralize. Try and keep Jax in check, which he's done a really good job of so far in this game. If you blow TP and Jax doesn't respond, again, this is a Jax with 3 grubs. That tower's dead. I really don't think that's exaggerated. I think 2 waves and that tower just goes bye-bye to Arbrio. So Stray making sure that he is staying disciplined, not blowing tools that his team doesn't need. And now he's going to have that TP up for a potential fight around the Dragon. Second Dragon available for both teams.
My favorite variation of Gragas is the straight AP, because it's fun. And body slams hurt. But it will be the belt, as well as the Seraph. Seraph already evolved. Nice stop of the charge there with the Pillar of Ice. Really well done by Bio. They still get a little bit of damage, a little bit of plates, but they won't get the turret, and that's the most important part.
Really good deny. That said, Stray is wrapping around. They're going to take the AMI Raptors away. That is a really fat W from Smolder. Protoss is fishing.
Oh, Protoss. Yeah. He just does not have the go-in button that he was hoping to have. He did get a lot. Shockwave going to be used on Arbrio, but Griffin's still alive. And look at the healing he's going to be getting from this build that he's been cooking. And it is CTG who are rebuffed a bit, but still perfectly fine. And I'll just say, man, even with the new changes to Smolder, like, Array is almost at the stacks at 20 minutes.
He is doing a bajillion damage right now.
It's ridiculous.
As that W hit like a truck. And again, 207. I mean, Bradley just got a wave into the turret, and the chances for AMI to not be in the promotion and relegation tournament do feel to be running out. As Citadel, again, props to them. After all the late changes that they made, put the players, I think, in a really tough spot. Again, I've never seen players have to debut in new rules in the middle of a split for NACL. It really feels like this team, they knew what they were cooking on their side, and they took a pretty big risk with changing things up. I mean, I kind of looked at it as we're throwing away the work that we've done for the entire year of collegiate to make last-second changes to try and fish and beat the team in Maryville that I think a lot of the teams are looking out for. We have seen a team that I feel like is probably greater than what they looked like with the original iteration they had, which, again, I think the criticism is like, why didn't we try this earlier? And then we could have had more time and work going in, because the time that they've put into this iteration, it's been positive for Citadel, who found, again, the biggest upset that we've seen in NACL so far, and also find themselves top 5 of CTG and in a pretty competitive spot there.
And I think that's an important factor to think about as we're actually going to look a little bit trade bio.
Trundle's in trouble.
He's going to burn the Subjugate, but he's going to get ran down nonetheless. That is a full AP stray. Ooh, improved Blast Cone. Gonna at least get him away for now. TP was coming in from Bradley. Oh, Griffin. A little bit of chaos on the Rift right now, Cubby. We're a little all over the place. The ultimate's being burned from the junglers, but now AMI trying to go for the preemptive play. Now he turns Protoss onto Keel. Protoss going to get burned down, though. Bradley comes in for the killing blow.
That's Smolder
CTG,
Evolve.
I mean, yeah, they're 2 items now in for Bradley. They have the sustained damage to take down this Baron. AMI up against the wall here.
And it's 56 stacks on Senna, which is not up to the curve. Meanwhile, it is a 21-minute Smolder Evolve for Array, which is minutes ahead of the curve. I think a reasonable spot for Smolder to evolve in is like in between 3rd and 4th drag. That's the goal. I would say 23-30 is usually my benchmark, because I don't expect Smolder to have good lanes. Array and Keel had a good lane, and they really have cashed in on that in this one. As Baz is caught, straight TP'd. Goodbye, Baz.
Yeah. Just
Cast to the
throws
face.
the cask over the edge.
He caught a stray.
Yeah. That'll be a barrel of fun.
It was a stray cask, literally. I mean, a college kid's favorite dream, by the way. But
true.
Meanwhile,
oh, maybe they find a pick. Oh, Bradley's like, yeah. Oh, 3. It looked good. Oh my God, he got the kill back. Shutdown goes to Bio, but man, Bradley was having some fun with that one.
Oh, the shutdowns going on to Protoss and Bio is honestly so unfortunate, too, for AMI.
Yeah,
they just don't have
it
the
is.
gold where they need it. And Bradley able to turn around a play where 4 people were sent in his direction. Able to at least get 1 back. Again, not exactly what they're looking for or hoping for with Bradley going down, but the fact that Bradley gets something back, it still trades up for Citadel across the map. Citadel's looking to threaten for a playoff spot again. It's really unlikely that Citadel does make playoffs, because they'd have to, I think, beat Winthrop, and we'd have to take a hard look at what the tiebreaker scenarios look like in that.
Yeah, just if they win this series and then they beat Winthrop, they'll get a side, because it's just the head-to-head. Be insane.
Wow.
Yeah,
that would
the run
that
is
would be
alive.
crazy.
And especially because you bring in the factor of like the changes, right? Like these were changes that the team felt were the right ones to make a push, right? And now they're on the verge of making that push. And I think it's super beneficial to see this team kind of working together.
So it might be a 3-way tie, by the way, because Winthrop has the head-to-head versus Conviction. So Conviction would have to... they also beat Citadel. So it could be 1-1s across the board, which would lead to game score. They need a Conviction loss next week, which I'd say is unlikely, going up against Dorado with Conviction looking...
Still in the running, though. Still in the running.
We've seen... we have seen Conviction struggle the last couple of weeks, so... But I do think I'm going to take Conviction in that match. So yeah, I mean, a potential head-to-head for a playoff spot would be kind of fun between our 2 collegiate squads, Winthrop and Citadel. But still at this game, quickness pop, Protoss.
Oh, God, Stray just gets away every time. The Seraph shield is so massive.
Again, this Trundle taken pretty early. Every champ on Citadel that they picked out. I mean, they had Xin Zhao and Karma showing when Trundle was picked. Ragas, Azir, Smolder all interact with Pillar really well. As Bradley makes that look a little bit too easy. I thought he was going to be in trouble. Instead, he is out. Tools are burned. And AMI, again, on the back foot.
They're collapsing a bit here, though. Griffin and Bradley pushing up that mid lane. You just see how fast Bradley carves down these turrets. It's going to be Arbrio trying to move over to defend a little bit, but an 8,000 gold lead. CTG feeling good here. 2 back-to-back strong performances for the team. And AMI struggling to find anything now. They will try to look for Griffin. They do get him down. It's going to be a big kill. Unfortunately, it goes again to Protoss, who at this point should just start building AP and see what happens, as he will have Bradley going down as well. That one will go to Bio. CTG falling asleep at the wheel a little bit here.
When's Shockwave up? I don't know when Shockwave's
soon,
back
hopefully.
up.
Retro's getting burned. I mean, you got to remember, the array is on stacks. You have to be careful about this Smolder. 1 Q hits onto that duo on the side. It might be enough. Array gonna flash away. It's going to be enough to get away from the initial CC, but not enough to get down from the chomp of Bio. Another swing of that pillar, and it's going to be a huge couple picks for AMI.
That was an unforced error from Citadel, as they kind of got stuck up there after Griffin and Bradley initially went down. Ew. We're going to ignore that sombrero. Will be the dragon now picked up by AMI. That's going to lead to some pity party gold. And AMI, at least showing some fight here, making sure that they don't go into the promotion relegation tournament just rolling over.
A little bit of life left to give. And I think that's important to highlight here as we're getting down to the end. I mean, obviously this is AMI's last series.
That's not the life you want to give.
Yeah, it's not. But
was fishing for dragon. Bradley TP'd in, stepped off the dragon, was fishing for blue buff. Griffin finds him fishing. But Phillips and Norelco, precision play as, it's going to be the singular cask. It's right into the backyard of Baz, to the face. It's the AP Gragas.
It's a long bomb.
It's the big bomb you were hoping for. Yeah, that's what you were hoping for. We call that an Aaron Judge homer.
Man, now we're officially getting even further into the game now with these 3 items up for almost everybody on the side of CTG, though their lead has been chunked back. It was at almost 10,000 gold at one point. We've seen a couple of those today, or at least one other one now, but still about a 6,000 gold up, and they did get that 3rd dragon, so they'll be stacking their way to a soul. Baron's coming up in 20. Don't think CTG want to necessarily start it, but they could be looking to bait it and find some picks.
Serpent's Fang in for Senna's going to help against Karma as okay.
Oh, massive knock-up with the Crescent Guard there from Griffin. Here comes the back play. Oh, straight misses the flash play. He might just go down to Arbrio there, but it doesn't matter. The other side of the fight's going holistically for CTG as Bradley runs down Retrozing. He's going to get jumped on by Arbrio, but Arbrio is trying to use him as an exit as he's going to counter-strike his way away from those autos. Will be okay for now, but that's limping Baron away, and that just means that Baron is in CTG's hands.
No, that's just Baron. Subjugate was cast early there, but that angle from Stray, I think Stray has kind of been, I don't know if I want to call him the MVP of the series, but Stray's been up there for me.
He's been good.
What he's done in this series. Again, Stray is someone that I really picture as being a supportive top laner for this squad. It's usually bot lane focus, and Stray is usually the one on sack side or taking the bad matchups and doing his best. He got a chance to counterpick, at least in this game, and the Rumble game is quite good too. And I really like how he's played today. I just think that a lot of his ability usage has been sound. The equalizers were fantastic in the first game. His entrances into these fights as Gragas has made life really hard for AMI. And I wasn't expecting coming into the day and talking about a Stray pop-off, but Stray's been having a really nice series.
It's been really cool to see the kind of combinations that we've seen. Also, the drafts have been really, really nice from CTG today. I'll give them that as well. A nice prep coming into the series itself. And now it's just about the execution on how they want to push this lead forward. Right now, it'll be in the inhib in the bot side. They'll be able to take that one down easy peasy with this Baron buff up for another 2 minutes. They just have open season on the members of AMI. Arbrio is behind. He could be looking for a little bit of a pincer maneuver. You got to be really careful about overextending past your team here. So Poke's going to be coming down as well. Bradley and Array looking for the in-betweens.
Again, Stray just playing bodyguard, knows that Arbrio is on wave duty here. As 3 inhibitors about to be taken. Bradley, he does get rooted.
is going to go to the redemption here, though, and heal up almost to half.
This is probably their best angle,
still
though.
on the flank. Oh, he got spotted out by that ward. Again, he's going to try to find the entrance. They do get the combo. The Crescent Guard, insanely timed by Griffin, just denies them in their standing. And that is Arbrio now forced away. Doesn't really have an entrance. A couple of those ultimates are down for CTG. Maybe a moment to capitalize for AMI. As they're going to go for Bradley again. He should get out with that blast cone and the shifting sands away. The slow, not enough.
Still doing a nice job of holding on to space as a group. TP coming in from Bradley means he's going to get topped off. If Lyle could have canceled that, that would have been really nice. As they kind of force him around. But conditions now might be better for Citadel. Again, these super creeps are going to start rolling in. And they're going to try and get corralled here by AMI.
Arbrio TP, he wanted that extra shield here, but unfortunately that engage goes wide. Mom gets called one again. And
Shockwave missed too.
Yeah, that missing is such a crucial combo here. And Arbrio is now going to try to get ran down. The cask actually going to get thrown there potentially.
I don't know what happened there with Protos. I feel like with Flash you can guarantee the play, and now that missed, that's just game. The super creeps bearing up, we're going to end the game.
Stray really just standing in front of Arbrio as that attempted flash gank there. There's the big kill, but no, Bradley gets a kill back, and now Bradley is slicing and dicing. Protoss goes back in for a double knockup. The Griffin is now on to Retrozing. Retrozing getting ran down by the Xin Zhao. There's the Emperor survived. 3-man stunned by Arbrio, but that does not matter in the end. Griffin gonna try to find that follow through, but it will end up being Bradley, who is just cleaning up the mess. And CTG keep their hopes alive. 2-0 over AMI.
Out of promotion relegation conversation and into a do-or-die series for playoffs, most likely, against Winthrop. We'll find out by the time that's played with Conviction. Citadel needs a Conviction win and needs a win over Winthrop to take that playoff spot from them. But the last few times they've gone up against each other, Winthrop's gotten the better of them. So going to have to do something that they haven't done in a while. But this new look for Citadel, there were a couple hiccups in that last game, but overall, really solid start-to-finish win against AMI as they prep for their matches this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. So there was some flux in that last game, but two pretty clean games from CTG based off of their drafts as well. Just feels like kind of a powerhouse day for them when they needed it most. And I guess that's where we could talk about AMI for a moment. A team that, had gained a decent amount of respect for some of the games they were able to take, will still find themselves right there with Blue Otter in that promo relegation. But I think a performance like this where they were able to at least fight back when down so far can give them a little bit of promise moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because the win over Blue Otter for AMI means they're going to have a better seed going into the tournament, which might matter. I think a lot of the teams in that tournament are probably going to be looking out for Blue Otter a bit more, who community sentiment underperformed this split. And also in their series against AMI, they did have one game in that series where they had to play with the coach sub, which was a little awkward. But still, positives, at least for Citadel. I know AMI, we're going to see them in that promotion relegation tournament. We'll see if they can earn their spot back. This is a team that got relegated last spring and then made it back for the summer OQs into the this split. I do think that this is a team that they're going to have to kind of readjust and reassess some of their play style, as I think that this early game push from them, I'm not sure if that's going to be the most sound way to beat some of the OQ teams, especially when we're not seeing things be clean enough for AMI with how they're using, or not using, I should say, some of the map advantages that I think they could have. But some time to, reassess and readjust as we try and see if AMI can make their way back into the league. But I know for Citadel, you're going to be interviewing them here shortly, Mazel. A lot of positives still. Just the fact that they are now competing for a playoff spot. Before the win against NRG, we were looking at this match and the win against Winthrop as being likely deciders for promotion relegation. To be fair, this match was that. But because of that win against NRG and finding themselves to 3 wins in the standings, now have a do-or-die best of 3 to see if they can make playoffs.
Yeah, and some pivotal performances. I know you were talking a little bit about top lane, especially for Stray, but got to give prompts to bot lane here. I think Keel, first of all, his Nami actually super pivotal in that first game of the series itself. A little bit more quiet in this next one. Still pretty impactful and nonetheless. But Array, man. Action Jackson himself. The Ezreal, the Smolder felt so good. And I think those are the kinds of performances that I love to see from this guy.
I mean, Array, I always remember him from when he made a splash on the scene with Resolve and that
Yeah.
APA team. That team of the APA core with him, Fnatic, and some others that we go way back. They took down TLA as a 15 seed in spring and then took down C9A as a 15 seed in summer. Array was the only roster change made for that summer. They had their top laner PCL on complete sack duty to get Array fed on stuff like Tristana, which is meta back then. And he was a reliable late game carry for that team. I think that when Citadel was struggling, a lot of the narrative was like, you know what? I still feel like Array is one of the better top 80s in the league. Like he's towards the top of the class. I think that right now Jerry and Sushi, and now Tactical stepping in, probably have some edge on the rest of the competition. But Array was right up next there for me on a team that was struggling, and when he was swapping out supports and his heal was getting more adjusted to the role. I think adjusting to some of the champs that he is required to play now. We're seeing Array. There were a couple struggles in the week where they had the multiple swaps. We're now seeing Array kind of get used to his landing partner and put up better performances as he has been having a decent split and really helping Citadel, again, fight for playoffs next week.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing is that the dream stays alive at least. I know that's going to be really motivating for them as well. Something that going into the series I was really happy about for Citadel is, in terms of the control of the map, they were still finding, even in their losses, a lot of control around objectives. And today it was like unbuttoned, right? Like they were able to get everything pretty much. I know a couple of those early dragons maybe going a little bit flippy floppy, but the fact that they're able to have that centered control around neutral objectives gives them that play style, or at least something easier to play around. I think they drafted themselves really well. They were team fight compositions through and through, it felt like, and maybe that's the ticket for them moving forward.
Did prefer both their drafts today, which
I
was
did
good.
too.
I liked I thought game 2 they had a bigger edge than game 1, but I would argue that they had edge in both games. So, hey, it's one thing to have draft advantages, but players still decide the games. Citadel played better on the day, able to find that 2-0. And yeah, it's good that I think good momentum building for what is going to be, hopefully for them, a lower bracket run in CLOL this week. And hopefully next week, hoping, it's kind of funny because I feel like in CLOL, they're hoping to book their ticket against the loser of Maryville versus Winthrop. And then if they beat Winthrop next week, they do book their ticket into NACL playoffs, which more competitive league matters more, right? They're fighting for top 6, whereas CLOL, they're already top 5. So yeah, I'm really curious what's going to happen there if Citadel can find that win.
Well, hey, I do hear that we have our interview ready to go, and it will be with Stray from Citadel Gaming. So I'm going to bid you adieu for now, Cubby. We'll see you in just a little bit. But Stray, my man, coming in big with the 2-0. First of all, you keep your dreams alive, the possibility of getting into those playoffs. But was this just a confidence builder for the squad? Like, how did it feel to have such clean execution across 2 games?
Yeah, definitely is something big for us. Like, we just rebuild this team, like changing some roles. I've been playing top lane super and then back to top lane again. It's kind of a lot of information in my brain. Finally, we have like convincing wins, and I think that is the fuel that we need to have to be able to make playoffs, I think.
Do you feel like there was a difference in prep or a style of prep that y'all brought to this one? Was there a big change in the back end that made this possible, or did everything just click all of a sudden?
We decided to play for ourselves. Stop thinking what the enemy gonna do, like too much overthink, to be honest. It's more about like what champions we are comfortable and what we are willing to play. And then after we figure out that, kind of the scrims and matches are going better. Even if we lose like last week, we feel confident that we can pull it off.
Now, for you personally, I know you're talking about jumping all over the place here. How do you keep focused in terms of what you need to bring to the team, what you need to bring on the day? Like, how do you just keep your head in the game?
I don't know. To be honest,
some music? Is it like you go outside and play some ball?
Sometimes,
like, what do you
sometimes
do?
I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, to be honest, these couple months have been rough between the university and 2 roles. But I always have the confidence that in the long run, I always like will improve and maybe I can show like my best version. And now that I have more free time, I finished my semester in my university, so I have more time.
Congratulations.
I think I can actually show my level in top lane.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just keeping locked in, I think, is the biggest thing. Do you find that there's a lot of fun in the top meta right now? I know, getting used to the role again, but do you find that there's some flexibility there? Were you ever scared of the Jax today in the side lane? And how do you approach the top lane in terms of meta strengths?
Top lane is getting scary and fun at the same time. I remember at the beginning of the year, I was like, thank God I am not playing top lane, because Super was so much fun. Like between Nico, Bard, like these champions that just do a fiesta all the map. But then I see the changes in top lane. Now you have the ranges. Now you can have like exhaust and ignite, and there is a lot of like creativity. I will say, like in a lot of regions. And I think because I am an old player, I've been playing this game 13 years, which is crazy. I think I can pull some champions that people don't expect and be ready for best of 5 that are fearless. Also, I think players that know how to play a lot of champions will perform better.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a little bit more personal question here is for you as a player, but I know you've been playing for a long time. That veterancy definitely helps kind of guide the ship in a lot of ways. But has there been things that you feel like you've been able to accomplish in terms of your own growth here this play? I know moving all over the place maybe takes that focus off a little bit, but is there something that you're proud of that you've been able to develop as a player here this year?
This year, definitely like patience. I think I am someone with a lot of anxiety, a lot of overthinking, and between my life and between everything, like I knew, for example, when I started my support era, kind of again, I knew I would need time, and then I was patient enough to wait 1 month to actually be able to play the role again, right? And then when everything shifted and we decided to put me back on top lane, it wasn't one of my ideas. I knew that at the beginning I would probably gonna suck, and I need to be patient. And in other like years, I wasn't be able to control that, I think. And now it's just one step at a time, and I think I am slowly showing that I'm still a great top laner.
Yeah, no, hey, it's been really awesome to see kind of the development and going through all the craziness that has been on that roster. I appreciate you, Stray. I just want to give you a last chance, give some shout outs. Anybody you want to talk about before I let you go?
Probably my family, they're watching this, and my mom especially. And
Mother's Day is right around the corner.
And also that. And also shout out to my teammates and my coach and everyone that is day to day like in Ole Miss. We are doing all our effort like really hard, and we're trying to pull this off, like and get playoffs. And of course, the end of the goal is win everything. So I hope we can show a good performance. Looking forward.
Yeah. The development is showing, man. It's a pleasure to get to watch you do your thing. Thank you so much, Stray. And I'll be bidding you goodbye now. I'm going to go ahead and bring back Cubby, as that is the end of the day. The duality, man. All games yesterday, 4 games today. I thought I was going to be the lucky son of a gun.
You should have expected when I came into the day. I said that it's yesterday on LPL. I had the group Nirvana script that was perfect. I did say it was gonna be a 4-0 game coming into them. So yeah. Hey, at least Winthrop made things a little bit interesting in their series, and AMI not quite showing the fight that we wanted to see from them, and we'll see if they can show some of that fight in the promotion relegation tournament, where frankly I would like to see AMI back. I appreciate the fact they're taking new players, trying a dev project. I think Coach Pocus, from what I saw in some of the combines, definitely has a good head on his shoulders to lead these young men and hopefully improve. I know looking at the results, a lot of people, majority of fans in the community had AMI at the bottom of tier lists. They're a team where I think a lot of the players have finished middle of the pack for the best tier 3 event out there in ACL. Shout out to Aegis. These are players that, weren't making it out of groups or getting eliminated in the first round of the bracket stage. I think that when you're placing 8th to 16th in that league, again, that's part of why we had lower expectations coming in. I do think we saw some positives from this team. I want to give a shout out to Arbrio. I think Bio showed better mechanics from the last time I saw him in NACL, which is a positive. He's been putting more time into solo queue. I know he's someone that really has a mind for the game behind the scenes. And they tried to have a style. I don't agree with the style, but I appreciate the fact they tried to find an identity for the team. So I'm curious to see how that changes and how that can be hopefully molded into something that can get them to earn their spot back in NACL when they do have that promotion relegation tournament, an opportunity to get back in.
Yeah. And while there's some desperation, obviously, in the games in NACL, when you go back down to tier 3, like that coordination, that team play that has been trying to be developed, it's going to show up. And I think that's something really important to kind of factor in. We've seen it almost every time we go to the OQs as well. But that being said, what a day, man. What a day. We're going to take a look at the standings here. Still some things to be decided next week. But we do have our 2 promo relegation teams in Blue Otter and Apex Mission Impossible. And that is going to be decided. Also, our 1 and 2s, not yet decided yet. 1 is Maryville University, still got to face up against Supernova.
I did botch that earlier. That is going to be a series that decides who gets a bye, so a big one there. Other one that I would circle, Winthrop versus Citadel. Now, pending a conviction win against Dorado, if it's a 3-way tie, Citadel it'd be 1-1s across the board, and that's where things get confusing. As Winthrop beat Conviction, Citadel would beat Winthrop, and I know Conviction beat Citadel. So things would get weird, but if Conviction were to win, which I would expect against Dorado, that would be a decider for the last team to make playoffs. So last week of the season, which will be on Thursday and Friday of next week, no games on Wednesday, but should be some exciting ones as we are kicking off the week with that Supernova versus Maryville second seed, first round bye in playoffs decider. And then Conviction, if they do have the win against Dorado, that would mean that Friday, I believe the final or the first match of the day in Winthrop and Citadel on Friday, pending a Conviction win, that match would then be a decider for the last team to make playoffs.
Yep, and that means that the last week, it all comes down to the wire. All this growth, all the development you've had throughout this split, it's got to turn into fruits now because it is getting down to the wire. If you want to try to make your stake in the NACL, you've got to start in the OQ. So go get your registration in. It does end on the 10th, and the tournament does start on the 16th. You'll get to see who you'll be able to take. I think it's Blue Otter, AMI.
I've been really bad at co-streaming the last few weeks, which is fine. I will try to cover the OQs and do my best Scott Hansen impression, which might require the use of a Philips Norelco One Blade, who we appreciate sponsoring the entire broadcast. I might have to look
Philips
a little bit more like Mazel to look like Scott Hansen for that one. But the red zone coverage of OQs is quite fun. I was seeing a lot of those teams hit the rift. Shout out to Shauna Tonin behind the scenes, who's a co-streamer. I was putting together a combine to try and field an OQ team or help out with some projects. There's a lot of those teams are coming together. I would love to see those teams compete at the highest level. As before we say goodbye to broadcast today, Mazel, besides shouting out Mother's Day for like the 10th time, as we need to and should happen, Ken, if you have the ability to call your mom, please do. More than just Mother's Day, as that is a privilege. But any other shout-outs you'd like to give before we say adieu?
It's just a pleasure to be back involved. It had taken 7 weeks to get on the onto the broadcast, and it was a pleasure to get to be rejoined with you, but also be back in the NACL and get to cover some of these games because I feel like this has been one of the best splits in NACL in terms of storylines
and a lot of action
stuff that we've had. It's been really, really fun, and I know all the teams are giving it their all to try to push that little extra towards the end of the split. So I have just such appreciation for teams that are putting in their all and the reason why we're here. So it's been nice, and we'll be back next week, obviously, for 2 more days. But how about you? Any final thoughts on week number 7?
No. Go enjoy the weekend, touch some grass, be happy, be healthy, talk to a friend you haven't talked to in a while, and talk to your mom. So shout out to everyone giving their best for NACL. But have a nice weekend at home. And you too, Mazel.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Cubby. And thank you for Prod for this wonderful week. 3 days. It is not easy. And thank you all for tuning in. We will see you next time on Thursday for more games in the NACL. And we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.